The webcam seems out of focus, but let me adjust it some more. Let's see whether we can get a better angle, one that will be hopefully capturing me for most of the stream. Also, yeah, if I sit straight, well, I'm gonna slouch probably, but if I'm gonna slouch the whole day, it's not gonna be good. I do wonder if I took off the pant from the keyboard, whether it would be easier for me to type and stuff. Hopefully we won't have to type as much. Webcam's fine. I'm doing a lot of technical stuff at the start here because we are gonna stream for quite a while now. Today the plan is to stream basically the whole story of the newest expansion of Secrets of the Obscure. We're gonna stream all of the story steps. We're gonna do a little bit of an extra running around the maps, hopefully, and see how far we can get. Hopefully we can get it all done all within today. That's the golden sort of standard, the thing that we are pursuing here. We'll see how well that goes. But yeah, I desperately wanted to do this recap before Tuesday, because Tuesday is patch day, and as you may be aware, we are getting a new chapter in the Secrets of the Obscure story. So yeah, I still need to do this thing as well. I kind of forgot about that. But yeah, this basically corresponds to the season change. So yeah, it should be on Tuesday. So we're gonna try to recap the whole story. Basically, we're gonna play on a new character. Where possible, we will pursue the story achievements, but we're not gonna, repeat any instances just to get them. If we don't get them on the first try, then that's that. We won't worry about that. There's not a lot from what I've seen, but there is some to look out for. And other than that, I really don't think this needs too much of a preamble. So let's go and start it off. Now, I have chosen this character. It's not the one that we would normally play this on. But my secondary character, basically, the one I do every second playthrough with, is currently tied up in, still tied up in End of Dragon's story. So I didn't want to interrupt that. Just a pet peeve. However, we are going to do it with our thief. Hopefully, we're not going to struggle too much with this raid-minded build, which is no longer all that valid for raiding. Anyway, let's see it for the first time on a Sylvari. It starts off quite innocuously with an email, and that's that we're getting
That certainly sounds scary. I hope Keith is doing all right after Aureen left.
we haven't had a chance to read it yet, but whatever. And yeah, this is pretty much tailored to your race. You will get a mail from a different person depending on what race you belong to. So we did get a mail from Kate, which reads, I'm sorry, Unrest in Dreamer's Terrace. Commander, I'd rather not involve the wardens of the Grove in this matter, but I could use your assistance. Tensions are rising. Drama is stirring. Please, with utmost urgency, please return to our home at once. I look forward to catching up. So yeah, it very vague what can be happening, but and yeah, as you can see, is Halloween in the background, which is gonna tie into our playthrough. to an extent. And yeah, we're actually gonna do a Halloween story step, basically, or a Halloween thing on the stream as well. I don't know whether I should have started with that, perhaps, but we'll see. I guess right now we're gonna put it off to like an eventual break or something. So we are supposed to go into our home instance, which in the Grove is on the bottom floor. So.
How this place has changed. Our people.
Of course, I'm not gonna have a lot of the fun amenities of the home instance, meaning mostly. And I'm sorry, I'm just gonna check. Oh, we have a PvP track. We're probably gonna stop by in our guild hall just to swap out our bonus. But yeah, depending on how much story you did, this can be populated with quite the different people. So we're not gonna have the full experience of the home instance, but it doesn't matter here. Huh?
This is where the mail said to meet. Maybe I'm early.
The Pack Commander, champion of an Elder Dragon.
Are we gonna be next to the fighting cats the whole time? Cool.
Do I know you?
Me Ray of the Cantha Report, International News Desk, seeing the sights and seeking stories from Central Tyria. Got a minute to chat? Well, you've got one heck of a story, and the people deserve to hear it.
I can probably spare a moment.
Good. Walk with me. Talk with me. Didn't have a chance while you were still in Cantha. Big name like you probably has 1,000 things to say, but let's start with this. Killing Suwan, saving the world, ending the reign of the Elder Dragons, a lot to cope with. Thoughts?
So yeah, we get immediately ambushed by this character. So just disclosure, I've already played through this story once. I did a couple of the stuff extra, so I know what I'm getting into. And yeah, it is going to be a full spoiler story playthrough. Not only spoiling it by playing it fully, but also I'm just gonna preempt some things, I assume, as we encounter them. So there's gonna be a mysterious letter signed by a character, and I will be explaining who the character is and how he dies or they die into the story, right? So that's one thing, just to give you a heads up. And Mirai is one of them. She seems fairly insignificant in the grand scheme of things. In the end, it's basically just like at the very finale of the current story, she reappears in a sort of a reporting capacity. But that's about it. There's not a lot that she would tie into. Which is kind of, surprising, because it feels like she's going to be a bigger part of the story, and it might be in the future, for what it's worth. But a lot of people were involved in those events. Have you talked with them? Oh, sorry, we're going to start with the optional. The mail I got, that was you, wasn't it? Guilty as charged, I'm afraid. Sorry for the deception, but deadlines loom and you're hard to pin down. I didn't expect you to turn up, but now that you're here, I hope you'll consider the interview. Sure, can you repeat the question? Killing Suwan, saving the world, ending the reign of the Elder Dragons, a lot to cope with. Thoughts? A lot of people were involved in those events. Have you talked with them? An interesting perspective. How do you respond to charges that your leadership, or lack thereof, was one of the chief reasons for the catastrophic events that negatively impacted Cantha? I've always tried to do the best I can to help people in harm's way. Clearly a touchy subject. I don't think these responses match all that well with what I'm answering right now with the tone I'm choosing, but whatever, we'll let it slide. Let's move on, shall we? Do you think the world is a better place without the Elder Dragons? Without the cycle we've known for countless generations? I feel as though the lives we saved make it all worth it. Good point. Let's talk about you for a moment. What's the next for the legendary commander? Any future plans you'd like to divulge here, exclusively for my audience? Truthfully, not sure yet. I get the feeling I'll end up where I'm needed. Now that we've got the high-level questions answered, let's get to the meat of the matter. What my audience really wants to hear. The meat of the matter?
Uh-huh. Scandal, death, romance. Give me the juicy details.
There's not much more to it. We prevented widespread disaster a few times. Lost some friends along the way. But now that the dragon cycle is over, it's peaceful.
Pack Commander's retirement haunted by dreams of the past. The screams of war.
I might not, Oh, gosh, this could be important. Do you mind?
I think I got what I need. Just you wait. Your name will be painted on every Chronicle interior. Thank you, Commander. You can trust me to tell your story as authentically and accurately as possible.
Which is
Thank you, Timey.
fairly what happens. I don't, again, you'd expect her, based on the interaction, that she would like twist every one of our words, but it doesn't really pan out that way in the end. And meanwhile, we get a communication from Timey, which is a letter, and for good reason. Normally, she would, of course, contact us through like her comm system, through the communicator. But we are getting an upgrade to it. So, comms upgrade. Hey, Commander. Sorry for sending this antiquated note, but while I was working with Yao and June, communications became critically important to solving their power problems. The good news is we made some serious upgrades to the comms system. I developed to the comm systems I developed. The bad news is I can't just patch the system. I have to roll out to every user individually, and you won't be on the upgraded network until you get the update. Hence the mail. I've attached a one-time use service chip that'll apply the update to your comms unit automatically. Once you perform the update, you won't need to do anything, but feel free to test it out. Everyone else should have theirs already. This tech is still experimental, so you may run into some glitches if you overextend the system. Timey. P.S. Ivan's been calling me every 5 minutes complaining that he has something important. Yada yada yada. Maybe ask him what he needs so he stops bugging me while I'm trying to work. Okay, gotta go, bye. So the PS may seem like an afterthought, but it is what ultimately pushes the story. And even that is kind of weird how it does that, but whatever. We get this upgraded comms device. We use it once, and then never again, basically. So I think we're gonna discard it before the end of this playthrough, but who knows. So we're gonna we also get some optional dialogues we can for example, and I'm sorry, we're gonna call the guys in, I guess, in order of interacting with them, from the most recent to the most ancient history. So I guess let's start with the End of Dragons characters.
This is Detective Rama of
Brim and
the
Scarab
Brim and
Detection
Scarab
Agency.
Detective Agency.
Missing family heirloom? We can find it.
Long lost parents? We'll track them down for you.
State your inquiry, and we'll get right back to you at our earliest convenience. Have an efficient day.
And yeah, what we're gonna find out, everyone's basically on voice, what do you call it, voicemail.
Command,
Well, not everybody.
Yeah? Can you hear?
Sorry, if that's you. I can't stand anything saying.
I'll call another time. Yao? Still there? Must be down in the jade mine again.
Also, then the people involved with the End of Dragon story.
This is Marjorie Dilla. This is Marjorie and Casimir. No. Timey. This is Marjorie Delacroix of Delacroix Investigations. Me and my beautiful fiancé, Casimir Meade, Crichton Ambassador, are busy living the good life. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. Maybe catch you at the bar. Oh, and if this is Gorick, stop signing my name on paperwork.
I'm happy for them.
Yeah, fairly inconsequential. All of these dialogues, basically, like, so they're just a little bit of fun. Timey.
This is Timey. I'm not available to talk right now. You know, busy inventing novel technologies that change how we communicate. Leave a message and I'll get back to you. This is so cool.
Oh, Timey.
Let's call Ritlock.
Timey's note says to press this button, then start talking.
How do you do this flaming device?
And last but not least, Bram, who still exists for some
Bram,
reason.
How are you?
The individual you are trying to contact has yet to properly set up their messaging device. Please try again later.
And yeah, we'll find out that Bram is the only one we cannot talk to. Which again, they could have just exited him from the story, but whatever. Call Ivan.
Commander! Darn it. Give me a moment. Sorry about that. Gorick decided to bring an entire colony of mantis diggers aboard Ivan's ship. And someone's cats keep killing them! I hope things are less chaotic where you are. If you're bored, Ivan has a job. We would do it, but we've got our hands full.
Bored? You have no idea.
We've gotten word about some puzzling occurrences happening around the town of Garenhof in Kessex Hills. No real details, but one witness stated that the heart of the town has disappeared. Can you look into it?
Yes, please. I could use the busy work. Everyone is...
Gorick, put her down. Sorry, Commander. Ivan needs to run. I think someone is about to stage a mutiny. We'll talk soon.
See? Everyone's doing just fine, Aureen.
This is... So, right off the bat, I have to, like, point something out. This is probably, like, the weirdest way to pull us into events that are gonna be way over our heads, basically. What is about to unfold in Secrets of the Obscure is a substantial thing. It's like, incredibly threatening to Tyrion's existence and stuff. And our entry into it, as usually I feel, is super inorganic, basically. Like, we just stumble upon this because we're bored or whatever, right? It's not the cataclysmic event would affect us in any meaningful capacity, which is kind of, I don't know, it feels weirdly on brand with ArenaNet's storytelling. But yeah, it is what it is. This is how we get there, basically, and that's, yeah, pretty much all I can say about that. It's it doesn't really matter all that much. Okay, so we're gonna do Kessex Hills first, then we're gonna visit the guild hall for reasons that I'm gonna disclose also later. However, if you would like, we did a full run through of Kessex Hills, both before and after the tower disappeared. Now, after the tower disappeared, the dialogue is going to be pretty much the same as in this story instance. But if you want to see the Garenhof before the tower's disappearance, for direct contrast, you can do that on one of my VODs. And for that, I'm going to helpfully post some links into the stream's chat. So one is from my Patreon, where you can support me financially, and it would be nice. But the other more important link is to my YouTube channel, where I put all of my streams after the fact for your viewing. And one of them, I do believe I named it the Mesmer Collective, has a very short, brief chapter at the very end of it, where we go through Garenhof and we look at the town before the disappearance. It's either that episode or the episode after, or the stream after. I'm not quite sure. I think I maybe forgot about it during the Mesmer Collective episode. But whatever. It's there if you want to look at it. But yeah, we're gonna get the secondary experience.
Whenever the baby wakes me up, I take her for a walk around the block. Usually does the trick. And when we rounded the corner, I realized that the tower wasn't obscuring the moon. It always does that time of night. It was just gone. It was there when I walked home from the market. It was there before we went to bed. Now, it's gone.
Did you smell anything weird? See anything?
No, nothing like that. It just left. I think it left us.
And yeah, there used to be a giant floating tower in the sky, and now there's not. So there you go. Extra Life is currently on as well. I do believe April has been introduced last year during Extra Life, so she's basically a year-old content, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Lasha, welcome to Garenhof, the former home of Isgaren's castle. If you have questions, I'll do my best to answer them, but right now, we're all a bit lost. I'm investigating what happened. What can you tell me? Are you blind? The wizard's tower is gone. I'm sorry. We're all short-tempered right now. The town is suffering a tragic loss, and the mayor is, well, he's not very useful at the moment. I'll keep asking around. So you mentioned a mayor, huh? Let's talk to them.
The villagers are asking questions that I can't answer.
So yeah, and Manrin, the mayor, is panicked and stuff, and he's finally coming clean. How am I supposed to protect this town now? It's just me. What do we do to drive the tower away? I'm looking into the situation. What can you tell me? We don't know much, only that the tower disappeared and the townspeople are lost without it. Mayor Manrin and I are doing our best to keep people calm, but it won't be long before unrest sets in. Thanks for the information. By the way, we're skipping ahead a bit in time, but I cannot help but see this shiny object here. So this is part of a collection, and the collection is Secrets Obscured.
The amulet's power faded ages ago, but the knowledge of Akim must be kept secret. Their name has been forgotten among mortals, but the legacy of their work is eternal. It's how they would have wanted it.
Okay, so we learn immediately about Akim, and also we got a voice chat from Isgaren. So, big spoiler, we're gonna meet Isgaren eventually. Now, we've heard his voice, which is fine. This, I should explain, this collection is part of the post sort of game exploration. It is once you finish the story, this thing unlocks. It's after the very last chapter as well, so we've skipped ahead quite a bit. I'm gonna try to explain the purpose of this collection, or what this means, and how we got here eventually, but all in due time. Let's continue the story proper as we should. I just wanted to collect it while we're here.
What do you reckon happened? Is this Scarn okay?
I don't know. It feels wrong without it. I don't feel ready. Is that weird?
I know what you mean.
And yeah, the tower meant a lot for these people. Not necessarily materially, even though there used to be, and still are, elementals that are guarding the city. Or no, they're gone too, aren't they? Oh yeah, I believe they. Yeah. They left along with the
The villagers are asking questions that I can't
with the tower. The only one that stayed here is Marquesa, the one belonging to the challenge, the hero challenge thing. But yeah, the elementals left as well. So they served as the town's protectors. Now, again, the way we are introduced into the story doesn't really do a lot. And there's a terrified villager, by the way. That's going to key into this as well.
You know, I'm getting tired of people pretending to know the wizard. There are no tours. We've never met Isgarin. He's... Oh, I apologize. I don't even know if he's a he. We know so little, and yet we speak as if we know these things. We act familiar. We know nothing. And now it's gone.
Alright, let's help out with the hero challenge, I guess. This is a new person doing this, so it would be distracting to us later. This person also is new.
Nice to see you. We have a taker.
We're gonna go back to the mayor as well. Are you gonna fight or what? Cool. Yeah, I'll do the hero challenge. Anyway, quite a few new people.
Villagers are asking questions that I can't answer.
Alright, we've already heard that. It was all a lie. I feel so ashamed. The people of this town, they'll never trust me again. I'm looking into the situation here. What's happened? The wizard's tower, which used to hang high above the town and watched over us, has just disappeared. None of us know what happened to it, and now the townspeople are terrified. Did you see anything that could be related to its disappearance? Well, now that you mention it, there was a group of sketchy individuals who showed up right after, but they couldn't have... I mean, it seems implausible to think they were involved? Perhaps. What else can you tell me about this group? They were watching some of the more vulnerable residents in town, those who were especially impacted by the tower's disappearance. I'll show you where they live. They might be able to tell you more. Thank you. I'll go speak with them. So he points me in the direction of some suspicious activity, and that's the terrified villager. What they said was true. Strange times, strange faces. They're right. You're here to finish us off, and now that the tower is gone, you can't. I won't let you. I'm not here to stop you, to hurt you. Stop, please. And yeah, she attacks us. Luckily, she's just like a regular ass NPC, and we can beat her to submission. Not outright kill her, I hope. That would suck. I'm taking my sweet time with it, right? Yeah, okay, she's fine. However, we won't get to talk to her again. And yeah, it's just this one instance.
Did it go? It's always been there, watching.
Bad news. The villager wasn't in their right mind and attacked. By the six, you have my sincerest apologies. I hope you showed mercy. The people here have lost so much. They seem disoriented. Is there anything else you can tell me? Lasha said she saw a few of them lingering outside the house on the cliff overlooking the dock. That place has been abandoned for some time, though. I'm not sure it's much of a lead. Guess it's worth a look, just to be certain. And yeah, so we are tracking these sketchy individuals, and this is basically our entry into the story. And again, it feels inorganic for one other reason, which I'm gonna go into later, I guess, when we learn more about these guys. But yeah, for now, let's just go into the house. There's a lot of interactables here, though. It's like there's a still. This appears to be a still, and from the smell of the liquid inside, likely used recently to heat a concoction of herbal remedies. There are small leaves at the bottom of the mixture. Outside of its placement, it doesn't appear suspicious. So yeah, they're cooking something up. Dagger. This appears to be a. This dagger, forcefully driven to the table, looks to be of dwarven origin. The smith work is exquisite, though the blade is driven so deep it would take immense effort to extract it from the table. Whoever left this must have been angry, or in a hurry, or both. Now, this is an interesting clue, but yeah, dwarven origin is not an accident, and we're going to see why in a minute. This spill is still wet, indicating that it happened within the last few hours, but it appears to be ordinary stove oil. Nothing stands out or gives any clue about the situation. That's why we're going to leave it alone. Poster. This poster is ragged, featuring a drawing of a quaggan wearing a flame-bespectacled costume and enveloped in a wreath of magical energy. Below are the words Kukuchu the Incarnate. Why does this quaggan keep turning up, and always with a different name? I do believe... What? Different name? Kukuchu. Yeah, this guy is from the festival. A splattering of some sort of vile goop stains the wooden floorboards. It smells like a combination of rotten meat and overripe fruit. You've never encountered anything like it. I have no desire to know more about whatever this is. And there we find the notes that we are eventually after. Now there is some sewer equipment as well in here. That's from the Arcane Eye. Inquest. I do believe this is Inquest equipment. They do have a secret base around here somewhere. You would learn that in a Sura story chapter, so don't worry about it. And Mongoose, the situation is grim and growing more dire by the moment. Our predictions were far below what we've been seeing from the reading of astral fluctuations. We couldn't get to read the full thing. So we're gonna read it again. Priorities have changed. I need you to relocate immediately. Take your team to the region southwest of Cornucopian Fields. Trust only yourselves. We will get through this. And the note says that the group is headed somewhere. Yeah, we've actually read that in the note itself. It's signed by F, which pretty much, from what I understand, will mean Frode. Frode is a character we are going to meet eventually. So yeah, because they are trying to get us to Cornucopian Fields, we will go through the guild hall, pick up our magic find boost instead of a PvP boost, which we will not be using anytime soon on this character. And we're gonna continue with the story. Let's get the magic find. It's pretty much the only thing I care about accumulating is money, which there is gold as well, gold find or whatever, but doesn't have quite the yields to match magic find. So we're going back through Halloween riddles, Lion's Arch, only to continue our story. Man, we are slow, aren't we, with our progress? We've been playing for half an hour and we haven't even gotten into basically the first story instance. Luckily, the story so far isn't all that long. I am confident we can go through it, but it will probably take us all day, which is not something I originally wanted, but there you go. And we will be taking our sweet time with some of these things, so... whatever. Also, I see another story marker. I'm sorry, collection marker. I am tempted to pick it up, but again, it will kind of spoil the things going forward.
Must be them.
Let's talk to Delilah, actually. Let's not talk to the sketchy individuals. Now, these are the sketchy individuals. We're gonna learn more about them in a second. Of course, I know who they are and what they represent. But yeah, again, I'm gonna probably hold off until we learn about it in the story proper. Delilah, I don't think she belongs to them. I think this NPC is always here. With the rover as well. Oh, sorry. Oh, greetings. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted by the, what? Never mind. Are you here to buy or sell or? Actually, yeah, let's talk business. And yeah, as you can see, she's like a regular ass merchant, but she's currently surrounded by people. I'm hoping you could tell me more about your friends here. Shh, keep your voice down. They seem edgy, to say the least, and I know as much as you do. Showed up a day or so ago, out of the blue. Been slowly setting up camp since. No idea who they are beyond that. I see. Guess I'll have to find answers another way. And I thought I'm gonna get something for the collection, but apparently not. And the first person we can talk to is this sketchy individual.
You to move along. You're not supposed to be here. I'm not? It's just I haven't seen your lot around here before. Thought I'd say hello. Move along.
So that's our first interaction with them. By the way, I see another marker right here. And we can also update Ivan. The dock tags. I think I'm gonna explain their significance later. Let's just beat up this couple of Etin. Or Etins, I guess you pluralize those, unlike most other stuff in this game. Properly pluralize. A dirt-covered dock tag lies before you with the name with what looks like a dried bloodstain. You can make out the name Arena. Pick it up. And this is towards another achievement from the expansion. There's a reason we found it here as well. Okay, so we do need to update Ivan on... Okay, yeah, it's still... I do wonder what would happen if I deleted it before this story step. Probably not enough to... well, perhaps. I wanna see what happens. Do we get stuck? Do we just get stuck in... do we need to restart it after that? Huh? We cannot delete it. They just return it back to us right away. Okay. Good to know. So call Ivan.
Ivan is busy right now, and
Guess I'm on my own with this one.
Oh yeah, one thing I wanted to mention.
Dark. See if I can sneak in.
One thing I wanted to mention, it is day, so it's good. It's very likely might be night in here while we're doing this story step, so it would not make a lot of sense for waiting for the dark. But yeah, one thing I wanted to mention, by the way, they mentioned mantids in the initial dialogue. Gorik and Ivan Those were Guild Wars 1 enemy type. Unfortunately, they didn't appear anywhere in Guild Wars 2 when we went to Kanta. But basically, Mantids were a staple of Canton, Ekavald, basically. And they later reappeared even in Char homelands. That's where you could also find Mantids. So they still apparently are around. They exist in the lore. But we've not seen them directly. But yeah, it was sort of my dream scenario. When I was like concocting what an expansion to Kanta would look like in my mind, I thought Mantids were a great idea for a ranger pet, basically. They did not do any of that. I think they haven't done a single, except for the Phoenix. They did the Phoenix. That's what I would imagine would be a pet, but that's about it. Every other pet that they introduced was wildly different from what I would have picked. But yeah, it's like, I'm not a game designer, so whatever.
Better. Should be dark enough that I won't be spotted unless I
And
get
it
close.
is dark enough that you cannot see dick, right? Ooh, whoa, what the fuck is happening? Why is this thing... Oh, we need to leave it through here, I guess. We could have glided down, so whatever. But, and there are some horrid creatures. Horrific, I should say. And we can easily dispose of these, hopefully. However,
something's going on over there.
And yeah, so this is the introduction, which is again quite weird because like we basically lock into this to an extent. Okay, so we are supposed to stay sneaking though. We're supposed to stay hidden. So yeah, they are informing us of this in here. So we're gonna try to.
There's that grouchy Norn talking to another of her group. I should hide in those dense bushes and listen in.
Yes, ma'am. We'll be right behind you. Stay swift, be brave.
Better guarded than I thought. I'll find a more discreet way in.
So yeah, it's basically just avoiding these cones.
The guards aren't tossing them out. Might make for some good cover.
It's fine. Alright, I think I'm gonna utilize some thief skills in order to sneak through, because this is one of the...
There. That should help for a moment.
So we are gathering some information in here.
A few scraps of discarded armor.
You rummage through the crates.
At least from a distance.
It's fine, I'm hidden. I'm hiding in the bushes. I don't think we're gonna get a lot of these dialogues, but basically, like, there's not a lot that would be all that interesting. So, whatever. Oh shit! Huh. It worked. Alright. Let's rummage through this. Put the armor. And we are disguised. What's up? Oh shit. We did get a
distracted.
bip of suspicion.
To use that to get them to tell me something.
Whoa. Who are... Oh, sorry. I didn't see you there skulking around in the dark. What do you want? Fear will only make whatever... oh, you scared too?
A little. Laban seems to think they're tracking something, or someone, here in Central Tyria.
Hang in there.
So it's weird they don't know. I don't know how much I should divulge right away. But yeah, okay. Basically, these people... Why the fuck is my suspicion meter going up? So yeah, basically they are... these are the people who are... so what we've encountered are the cryptids, right? The creatures that we just fought over there, those are the cryptids. They're a demonic force, and these guys are supposed to like hunt them down. Now, a lot of them might be novices, which would explain why this person is acting scared and doesn't even know what he's hunting, or apparently. But yeah, they are tasked with hunting these cryptids, right? So yeah, that's just for a little bit of a context, I guess.
The Astral Ward. They must be new to Tyria. And this arena is their leader. Has to be that grouchy Norn.
I'll try the arena. Your father asked me to give you additional details. Her father is Frode, the one I've already mentioned. As the leader of this mission, it is not a simple matter of containing the threat, we are again suspicion here though. We should hide. As the leader, it is not a simple matter of containing the threat, as you have so often done. In this circumstance, there is evidence to suggest that our enemy has targeted a powerful individual in Tyria, and now they're referring to us. You have read previous reports on this person and their pivotal role in recent events surrounding the ending of the Dragon Cycle. In fact, on 2 prior occasions, and you can easily piece this together, right? Your father and myself both petitioned the Wizard's Court to recruit them into the Astral Ward, but we were denied. With the boldness with which our enemy has stepped up their attacks, it is not only likely but probable that you may encounter this individual on your mission. If this happens, do not interfere or even interact with them, which, explains her, cold demeanor. They are to be handled with the utmost respect, but it is not your place to involve this individual in our affairs. That may yet change, but for now, maintain the edict. Remain safe, remain vigilant, and M will probably stand for Mabon, which we have heard about as well. The creative supplies is useless to us. We are wearing a disguise already, so we've been waiting for hours. I wish we'd just get the signal already. So we've been sitting around for so long.
How long have you been stationed here? We only arrived yesterday.
Couple of days before you.
So he did divulge that they arrived yesterday, so they are very fresh in here. I don't know whether this is just like a way to hide. I don't remember where all the clues are, but there is a scroll over there, so I'm gonna pick it up. Again, that's gonna give us some text, with which we should go into some dense bushes. Oh, and I think if we hide in the next ones, we will get some dialogue from these people, I guess, and that might be a clue as well. Oh no! The hunting party has a time to. Okay, we should probably gather evidence. I'm sorry for skipping the dialogue. We might.
She's got that farmer knocked out cold. Poor thing. I can't imagine what he's being forced to see.
We are on a timer. I don't think it's, or I don't know if it's conditional to us getting the achievement. It might be, so we should haul ass here, really. I don't know why.
The infestation is pretty gnarly up north. Isolated villages, not a lot of foot traffic. They got their hands tied.
Okay, just one more piece of evidence. I see it over there, so we might be able to get it still. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we can just blink over there, whatever.
I don't understand why we can't just ask for help. It wouldn't be a fight.
The truth would scare them. It's not time, and it's not our call to make.
Oh, perfect. Wow. Okay, so what happens now is they gather around at a single point, from what I remember. So they'll all leave this location. And we are supposed to investigate the horn. We might come back for the scroll. I don't know if it's still going to be interactable after we're done with this instance, but I just wanted to make sure we don't miss the achievement.
My friend. I need you to channel Mabon's determination and Dagda's strength.
Dagda is also a character we're gonna encounter. Cryptis, we're now learning the name.
Above. We have a hunt to complete. With me!
And what are we hunting?
Perfect. We got it. We got the optional achievement. Now we're... Ooh. Someone mesmer portaled out of here. I wonder who it was. Seriously. I missed that. I missed that completely. That's unfortunate. Are we gonna get the scroll again? Probably not. Oh, it was over there, wasn't it? It was around here. Yeah. But we cannot interact with it anymore. It doesn't matter. Oh, shit.
You do, don't listen to them. No! Stay away from it! You know who I am? Give up yet?
Yeah, the scroll. I mean, one of the notes should have been a clue to that. You dimwit. But yeah, a champion winged demon. We don't actually know, or we didn't like put it together that this is a Cryptis. And they all went through the rift and left me here. This is weird. But yeah, whatever. We got progress towards towards Halloween, which is good. And yeah, oh, god damn it.
You don't belong here, do you?
Cool. Also, our miniature. Oh. I'm sorry, they've been whisked away. They haven't left on their own. But yeah, how cool is this? Fuck me. Now, yeah, this is an incredible entrance to the expansion, an incredible introduction, sorry. This instance in school, if I move, it's gonna proceed with the story basically. So I'm not gonna do that just quite yet. I want to talk about it or discuss it a little bit, because this instance we are going to go back to it, but not much. But yeah, this is our first glimpse of what is to come, I assume, in the very next patch, and it looks like nothing else in Tyria basically. Which gave me very high hopes. Now, I've already criticized this this expansion for reusing assets a little bit too much for my taste, but which is also the case here to an extent. Like, this is a lot of Echevaldi architecture. However, I think they use it to great effect here, and it looks like really weird and fucked up and nightmarish. And I think they did a good job here. If this was the level of quality that would be maintained throughout the expansion, I would have nothing to complain. However, you know, especially with the NPCs, they kind of dropped the ball, in my opinion. But yeah, this is very cool, and it's good that we open over here, because I don't think that even the Wizard's Tower and the new maps do look as super distinctly alien and weird and different. So this is a great introduction. It's the first different zone that we're interacting with. And yeah, I also wanted to talk a little bit about the Astral Ward and our introduction to them. It's basically by happenstance that we encounter them. Like, just, you know, think about how we're introduced to the ward. It's through Manrin, through the goddamn mayor. First of all, we're sent on a lark, basically by Ivan, who's got his hands tied, and because we're bored, we're just going to investigate like the first random ass mystery that pops up, right? And then, okay, we get to the village. The tower disappears, and Mandarin just tells us there were some weird ass people. What if he didn't notice those people? We would never interact with the ward. We would never get here. So, like, it feels like, you know, unless you believe that we've been brought here by some kind of fate, it feels really weird that we just stumbled across this world-threatening event, and it makes one wonder our role in this entire story, and whether we could not have been introduced in a more natural way to this. Now, you've heard them; they didn't want to interact with us. It was their goal to keep us out of these things, but we weaseled our way into it. Now we're here, but it is pretty much by happenstance, and I don't know. I don't understand that narrative choice. I don't understand why we had a vacation and we just like stumbled across this, and now we're going along with everything they're putting on us and stuff. So we are immediately hit with a debuff as well, nauseated. The strange aura in this place is sickening, and basically it gives us conditions from time to time, but also slow us down, which is going to tie into what is going to happen eventually. So anyway, yeah, that's just again one aspect that I find a little weird. That I think the beginning could have been more perfect, like not this random ass story instance, but they could like find a way to tie us into the story without necessarily doing this so randomly, basically. Anyway, so there's a big ass arena, and that looks like a boss arena, and it is going to be. I'll be honest with you, I don't know what trepidation means. I don't know that word.
A drop of joy.
They fix the terrain here too.
Smell it all on your breath. There's also something familiar. Maybe him.
That's not our brand. Him, he's referring to a character. Ooh, we've met yet.
Your mind is perplexing. Your thoughts are pungent. Where have you been?
What is this place?
My home. Tell me, flickering soul. What are you? I haven't tasted such depth in a long, long while.
Don't take another step.
I do like it when my prey is determined.
And he takes another step. However, this is one of those instances where we're basically doomed to fail, which is, you know, always feels fucked up.
Guess that answers one of my questions.
Oh, we can out-heal his attacks, basically. So far. I mean, we are standing in the... A guy?
Nida. Who are you?
Ouchie.
A savant of grief.
Get up. Oh. We don't want to be standing in his hitboxes. That's doom. He's gonna down us a couple of times. I think it's not worth it to fight here, because he is going to, or maybe should we bleed out? He's going to let us stand up without attacking us. You get this sense of he's playing with you. However, it does feel like I don't like these instances where it's not that he would be clearly stronger. He's using like these cheats that the environment is against us, and it's making us nauseated and stuff. Yeah, and Peta says, I'm sorry, already.
Is that his name?
Say it louder.
Ceres, you bitch. Ugh. So yeah, I spoiled who the strange voice is. I am.
I'd say the same about you, Ceres.
That.
Get up.
What?
And there you go. We're saved by the mysterious voice, basically.
What happened?
Where are you going?
Okay, we can hide in the next hiding spot. Ceres is gonna appear right behind us. I think, yeah, 3 hiding spots is fine. Yep. There we go. We'll let him pass. Yeah, I just wanted to mention I don't like these kind of instances where they should have made him like clearly physically stronger, not the fact that we are hit with these environmental effects that are making it harder for us to fight him. I think they should have made him so strong that he would just like naturally beat us, right? I think. Come on! Damn it, for real? Okay, is he gonna appear behind us again? So let's make it the 3rd hiding spot. I don't think we can make it to the 4th, but that's fine. Also, it cut out the dialogue of the familiar voice. We're gonna learn right quickly who that familiar voice is. I didn't want to get out of the hiding spot too early because he does tend to turn around right away and just stalk us right here. That's why I waited till he walked to the very end of the place, but unfortunately, because right now if I left the hiding spot, he would turn around on a dime and get us here. So we do have to wait a little bit. And now he's still walking to the end of the hallway, which is fine. I think we can make it
Curious little thing.
to the portal then. And yeah, this is very fascinating. They've got a moving loading screen, which is the first time I've seen that in Guild Wars 2. And anyone has seen that. But yeah.
Alchemy, it worked.
Take a deep breath. Count to 3 and think of your fondest memory. Traveling through the mists can be taxing on the mind.
They've got experience with this kind of thing. You'll pull through, huh? Hi there, Commander. Been a while.
Indeed, it has been.
Need to keep moving, Zota. How's your friend doing?
They're fine. Little rift lagged is all.
Rift lagged? And Zoja, what are you doing here?
We'll give you the full breakdown once things settle. Maban, you gonna look for the other wizards?
Wizards? Wait, who are you?
Cool your blood, Commander. Mabad is one of us. Yes, I'll meet you outside. Be safe.
Soja, you're here.
Oh, sharp as always, Commander.
All right, you two with me. Can't slow down.
So Zoja returns for this expansion, as you would have known from like the promotional materials and everything. It's no surprise at this point, but yeah, she's got an interesting role in this expansion. For what it's worth, I don't know. It could have been anyone else, basically. It didn't have to be Zoja herself. I think what they did to explain her participation here is, I don't know, it feels, I want to say tacky, but they filled in a lot of answers that we did not necessarily ask, in a way that would be all that satisfying. But it explains her absence from the story very well. I'm not gonna say that. It's just that it kind of hints at her at motivations that we may not have realized she had and stuff. And just like why, like I don't know. I'm gonna talk about it, I guess, when we learn more, I guess. So there's apparently supposed to be an achievement too here for collecting like
Someone want to fill me in on what's going on?
Huh. Where to start?
codex, I would say. For picking up these letters, but I guess we can only get that on replay because I don't see a tracker. But it might not have a tracker. I don't know. We'll see. But I know generally where to pick these documents up. Otherwise, we're not gonna stall because basically all that's here, I think, can be interacted with outside of this instance. So Cryptis, that's when we learn the name properly, when we like put one and one together. Again, no sense in looking around. I don't think there are any other documents in this instance, but if there are, we can get them in the outside world as well. So no issue there. We should give it the urgency that
Beautiful blend of talents.
they ask of us, basically. Okay, so
They keep coming! Someone get eyes on the rift!
Commander, take this. It might give you a headache, but you'll get used to it. Promise.
What is this thing?
The heart of the obscure. We're still learning the depths of its power, but we know it can seal and open rifts. Found his stuff today. Oh, not important, Zoja. We need to take control of the situation.
alright, so we're getting this Heart of the Obscure, which is basically the mechanic right here underneath the swap weapons, which they introduced. Oh, thank you. We did need to pick it up. But yeah, we've got all the masteries for it and stuff. I'm sorry, we're supposed to be interacting like this with the F. And it is a useful tool for other things. We'll learn about that eventually. I think they scaled it more adequately since launch. I think this took an insane amount of time to close. because it like scaled. It was basically coded like any other rift. This is a mechanic. This is a whole mechanic that we're gonna keep running into, so be prepared. They are teaching us about it. Apparently it doesn't go away even though we are interacting with it. See, it takes a bit more time here. I think the last one took the longest for no reason whatsoever. Like, we're alone here. Like, let me continue on. Especially like, they don't attack us, the cryptids, while we're channeling this. So there's like no challenge involved or anything. Which is, I feel like what they wanted to do is like, because you can move around as well when casting that thing. So I did feel like what the original intention was to have some people closing the rifts while other people would defend them as best as they can. But none of it shows in this instance. Obviously we're alone here, so but you know, they could have the NPCs like drag the cryptis away, and also I would be fine just like tiptoeing around this. And yeah, this is where we get the whole reveal and the name of the expansion.
Hail Mother. What's going on here? What happened?
Let's just say the wizard's tower went a little rogue. Spit out a little magic.
Don't think you're helping much, little friend.
Is that Garenhoff?
It's not quite your Garenhoff. We'll explain soon. This is about as new to us as it is to you. What a damn mess.
Frode! Soldier! Help an old sack of iron.
Lear! We're coming!
Lear is a favorite of many. Where is he though?
Commander, how about a sky scale? It's the fastest way up.
Okay.
Sky Skills and I don't get along. Seal the rifts as you ascend. I will do what I can from the ground.
Can I borrow one? Oh, sir, these sky scales really should be reserved for any of the Astral Ward who need one to evacuate the area. And I can tell you've already got one of your own. Mount up. Fair enough. So, yeah, basically when you do have the sky scale from Season 4, they don't let you get these. But in this expansion, sky scale is the mount that you can get from this one as well. Similarly to how you could in End of Dragons get the Raptor and the Springer, you can get the sky scale here. I do wonder if they're going to continue that trend into other expansions. It would be cool probably to have like a Jackal expansion and see if they can you know, come up with more fun fun stuff for the Jackal, because the Jackal is a fairly underused one, or even the Springer, because what this expansion does as well, and it's through the masteries, and I guess if there's any point where we can talk about them, the flight training basically expands on the capabilities of the sky scale as well. So they're gonna teach us how to fucking fly a sky scale, which we already know, so this is useless information to us, but there you go. And yeah, what they're also teaching us is that we can actually close rifts from the sky scale's back, which is surprisingly useless afterwards. It feels like it would have been a bigger mechanic, but I think they use it in the meta, the final meta, the meta in the second map. I shouldn't call it the final meta because there's going to be probably other metas eventually. But yeah, for example, this rift can be sealed from the ground, but there are going to be those that cannot, and we will need a sky scale for it. this mechanic doesn't appear much until the last map. But what appears and what is also introduced by this interaction is that we can now interact without dismounting, which is, that's new, and that appears a couple of times. This is the other document, the one I missed on my first playthrough, and we did get the achievement, so there's no tracker for it, but this is a document that I genuinely probably have never read, so hastily written field report. Barely enough time to collect thoughts. The fractals are here. Here! Interior. Okay, I have read this. Physically manifested interior. I don't know what happened, but when we heard that noise, everything collided. Scratch that. Condensed and then collapsed. Garenhof in flames, just above the beacon, more beyond, screaming from both astral ward and what do we call the inhabitants of the fractals? Mercy, Dwayna. The only fact that brings me any solace is that these seem to be, according to Dagda, only fractals conjured by the court. The pocket of existence where they naturally form seems to be unscathed, meaning this attack, disturbance, is centrally focused on us. Where are Isgaren and Mibon? What do we do? I think this appears somewhere else as well. Anyway, let's finish this thing. Enough talking. We're still in the second instance. It's an hour and 17 minutes into the stream. So yeah, you may have noticed me also using one of the things that we have learned through the mastery, and that's is the Skyscale's ability to spit fireballs now for attack from the air as well, which is a new mechanic they introduced too. So like, yeah, there you go. Again, another rift that we can seal from the ground.
Time to fight.
And yeah, as you can see, this one takes incredibly long for no reason at all. We are in no danger, and in fact, we do need to clear the cryptis around it before we can even start closing the rift. So again, I don't quite understand the mechanic, but especially because later when you do like this rift hunting, it is not necessary to even participate in the closing of like the closing itself, I should say. You don't have to be the one channeling it to get credit. All you need to do is participate in the killing. So whatever. Okay, seal it up fully. And yeah, as I've demonstrated, you can move around freely while doing this. Now, this is the one that we need to fly up to. It might actually be possible to land and close it anyway. It seems so. And there are no cryptis around here. But yeah, I'll show you that you can also close it just by flying up to it and sealing it in the sky from your sky scale. And again, being able to interact without dismounting is something that's newly introduced and reused throughout the expansion quite liberally, I should say. So there you go. So I believe that platform is when we're finally gonna meet Lear. I don't quite know how to get there comfortably, but there you go. We will have to use a couple of these aisles, I guess. Can we latch onto a tree? Yep. Oh yeah, we can.
Took you long enough.
Shut the fuck up. I was talking to my non-existent audience, okay? He's mentioning a split. And it's basically the last time you're gonna see the mechanics of the Cryptis clearly, because every other time you fight any Cryptis, it's like a mess. People all around, just like insane. And this is also something I talked about my.
Thought I'd lost you too.
They certainly put up a fight. But for now, let's focus on the one in front of us.
Sorry, don't want to interrupt any dialogue in the story. Ooh, we got Halloween Fright as well by doing this. I guess that kind of leaves out our need to do Rift hunts later, but yeah, I'm gonna talk about that, I guess, as well once we reach that.
You'll be all right.
Oh, sorry, didn't introduce the characters, but
adjusting. The split is never easy.
The split.
Take a moment. Ah, you all made it. Good.
All in one piece. What happened to Iskarin and Dagda?
Iskarin.
You've probably heard rumors.
Possessed. Dagda got it bad. Whatever they hit her with, not great. And our beloved seer is, well, I've seen Iskarin in better shape.
They fled for our own good. Apart sent his strongest to take them down first.
Guess that makes you the standing chair of the Wizard's Court.
And how are you doing? Stabilizing?
I have questions.
I'm sure you have many. So, Commander, let us fill you in.
And we're gonna get a lot of optional dialogue here. Optional dialogue too. Like, it seems that we do need to speak with Lear, Zoja, and Mabon, all of them. Now, okay, Lear. Lear, I'm not gonna drag it out. Other content creators must have geeked out about this. But yeah, I have been a Guild Wars 1 player as well. And Lear is non-stone dwarf. In fact, there are many in this expansion, but yeah, they reintroduced Lear. Mabon, of course, a Mersat, quite different from the other Mersat in that he doesn't have like the wing things on his back. Not much changed otherwise, and we'll see the fact that they are the races they are is not a coincidence. And we've also heard mention that Isgarin is a seer. Well, he's been referred to as a seer by Lear. They reveal that quite early in the story, which is surprising. It was surprising to me in retrospect, at the very least. Anyway, we're gonna talk to Zoja because she's like the only person we know here.
Zoja, it's been
a long time. Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's been an eventful day. I suppose I'm still in shock.
I bet you are.
It's good to see you.
And you. We have a lot to catch up on.
We certainly do, don't we? And this is the optional dialogue that we're getting. It's good to see you again. Though I'm sure we both wish it were under better circumstances. What else would you like to know? Where have you been?
Here. I went back to Radisum after Maguma. They tried to help me heal, but
That's
nothing
after
worked.
Heart of Thorns.
It was different then. It didn't feel like home. They treated me differently. So I traveled. And I traveled and traveled until I found somewhere I belonged. They took me in, helped me heal. Been here since.
How did you get here?
The Wizard's Court keeps all of this a secret. When I left Radisum, I just wandered for a while. I needed to be alone. I
I ran into another Asura in a hunting lodge outside Divinity's Reach. You know. I told her my story, she told me hers. Then she took me to meet Mabon. And the rest is history.
And what a history. We're gonna learn a lot about her journey. Well, perhaps not on these streams. You learn a lot through journals that I have already picked up. I can point you in the right direction afterwards, I guess. But that's again at the very end of the story. We are going to get some of her backstory throughout the story itself as well. She is a focus of this story, definitely, at least of this first part. We're going to see how much she factors into the second, third, and a potential fourth part of the story, but we'll see. Are you in this astral world?
Yeah, I am. Been studying under Mabon for a few years now. He saw something in me. Not just my brain, but he saw a flicker of power in me. Magic. More than just the elements. I have always been proud of being a scientist, and believe me, I still am. But I never thought there was something else in there. Waiting to come out.
Jesus, that sounds scary. That's all for now. Let's catch up more later. Okay, let's talk to this Mabon character. We've interacted with him.
Quite a few. Are you...
I'm Ursat, yes. And I'm sure that isn't the biggest shock you've received today.
Wizards, the Astral Ward, traveling to wherever I was? No, it's not.
That's probably the biggest shock, isn't it?
I apologize if I find it hard to trust you immediately. My only experiences with the Mersat have been,
Dire at best, I know. Ask whatever you need. My knowledge is yours. You've placed a lot of faith in us already.
Oh boy, there's a lot of extra dialogue. Okay. What is the Wizard's Court?
We are protectors, not too dissimilar from yourself and your liege, Areen. While you kept Tyria safe from the threat of the dragon cycle, we watched you from the clouds. Until recently, the World Spire has powered a shield that guarded this world from the mists, to an extent. The final dragon cycle weighed heavily on our ability to shield ourselves. Nightfall came, Balthazar. Tyria has suffered still. But when the cycle ended, the magical ecosystem was fractured, the lake stilled. And now, you can see to the bottom. Aurene has begun to re-stabilize the system. I can feel her at work now. But until we mend the spire and our beacons, we are blood in water. Not only to the Cryptis, but anything else that may be looking.
And who are the Cryptis?
The Cryptis are demons. They evolved, learned. Their influence and power grew under the guidance of their leader, Eparch. Centuries ago, Eparch wanted to join our ranks, but Isgarin denied him entry. He found Eparch to be ignorant, hungry. Demons tend to be solitary creatures, but Eparch saw potential, wells of power that they'd yet to tap into. He dubbed himself their king and built a society in his own image, one of fear and anger. Neos, the realm of dreams. They've spent centuries watching us, and others, learning all they can. Now, they've chosen to act.
So, I just have one note. Eparch tried to join the Wizard's Court. We don't meet Eparch. Not in any of the chapters we're gonna play. We're gonna hear him once at the very end of the story. But this is pretty much something to keep in mind going forward. And it's good that we are doing this recap here. because it's an easily missed detail, I guess. I don't know if they ever repeat it in the story. I don't quite remember. However, it is something to keep in mind. It feels like it's going to factor into the story. It must, right? So yeah, just something to keep in mind. So who are the Astral Ward?
They are our protectors. While the other wizards and I kept the shields in place, the Astral Ward kept eyes on the rest of the world. Despite our best efforts, there are cracks in every system. Creatures of the mists have found ways inside. The Ward protects you from them. Every time a rift opens in Tyria, they seal it and kill whatever terror it has set loose.
And yeah, we are getting introduced to this tier system of this magical society, basically. So there's like 3 sort of levels to this. 4 if you include where we are going to eventually fall. But basically, at the very top, there is the Wizard's Court, of which there is 1 head. And I guess they are also tiered. They do have some relative, standing within the Wizard's Court, I guess, because they mentioned Mabon to be the standing chair in the absence of Isgarin, right? So it would seem like Mabon has the second highest rank. And then, Isgarin is at the very top. Then you've got the ward, the Astral Ward, which is the protective element, and they are basically like, I want to say squires, or they're below the Wizard's Court, and they are sort of a military force, while the wizards are this sort of ward keeping. They keep this whole thing running, the operation, or the politicking keep people, but also the magical people. You've got the military, basically, which is the Astral Ward. And of the Astral Ward, I believe one of the factions is the Rift Hunters, basically. That's another sort of like potential. I guess they could be the same. They could be interchangeable. But not all of the Astral Ward will actively hunt rifts. But those are the ones keeping Tyria safe, basically. And we are going to be a bit outside of this structure. We're not going to formally join any of this, but we are going to be referred as the Wayfinder, another title, which has 2 people, basically, in it, and we're going to meet the other one eventually. So what is this place?
You're currently standing outside the Beacon of Ages. You may recognize it from folklore. Tyria dubbed it the Wizard's Folly Tower. Not our choice, of course. We have beacons such as this all over the world. They are conduits, so to say. The shield that they powered was recently broken, hence, well, all of this. This land is ancient and sacred. High above us in the clouds lies Omnitas, our home. Unfortunately, we're barred from getting any closer until we can quell the tower's defenses.
There used to be, I believe, in this dialogue, even printed in chat, you would see a piece of dialogue that wasn't basically voiced and didn't quite make sense. But yeah, it mentioned a tower on the horizon as well. You can see that in footage of other people, I guess. Wooden Potatoes did a stream where I do believe it's still in place. They must have removed it, I guess. If I remember correctly, it was Maban who said that. And yeah, the Beacon of Ages, the thing behind us. Again, a Guild Wars 1 thing. More people would have geeked out about this. My only thing is, so we've got the Beacon of Ages, or the Wizard's Folly. We've got the Wizard's Tower, which we are going to reach eventually. But those are the only two towers. First of all, the only two towers that we've seen in Guild Wars 1 that are of this sort. These like floating structures and weird artifacts of the world. I don't remember whether we've ever... Oh, I'm sorry for the yawn. The prolonged yawn as well. I don't know if we've ever seen any other tower that we would have like wondered about what the purpose of it is in Guild Wars 1, but I do distinctly remember these two, and definitely in Guild Wars 2 they never introduced any such buildings extra. They mentioned they have them all over the world, yet the only ones we encounter are these two, which is kind of disappointing. I would like feel this would be the perfect opportunity to do, I don't know, one or two more around here, and then like perhaps later place them into Tyria when we explore in other expansions. I mean, that would be cool. Unfortunately, they have just the two, and both of them are introduced in this story instance, which is a shame. I don't know what to tell you. It's just like it feels like an afterthought. Like they mentioned they have them all over the Tyria, but that doesn't materially happen. There is no evidence for that. And yeah, I think one important, interesting aspect about this story, which I will perhaps touch on later. An interesting twist. They could take this story, probably won't. Well, most likely won't. But one thing that would definitely I would find interesting. Anyway, how come I've never heard of any of this? It's a good question.
And he made it long ago. He felt that the world only needed to focus on one terror at a time. Though I do admit, maybe this would have been prevented if we had asked for help sooner.
And that's all I have for now. And finally, we're going to talk to Lear. Before we can ask any of the optional questions, we are going to be interrupted by Frode. But we're going to ignore Frode for now.
Ah, you must be the commander Maban spoke so highly of. I guess you're about what I expected.
And what did you expect?
Couple more scars. Taller, maybe. I jest. We monitor you as we monitor all magical anomalies. Don't worry. You're one of the good ones. If you weren't, well, you'd be dead.
Commander, I require
As
your
if.
attention. Come speak to me, please.
See, yeah, Frode is pushing for that. Things are chaotic around here, to say the least, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. You aren't made of stone?
I'm not. No. Ascended before the last dwarf turned. I have strange feelings about that. The right. But I'm reaching for something that isn't there or behind a thick wall. Must be sounding a little woo to you, aren't I? Wizards like Maban and I are a little different from you mortals. We needed to ascend to get these powers. Separate our planes of consciousness so that we can connect to the current. In simpler terms, our old self is put on a separate shelf. Our new self, our wizard selves, take over.
That doesn't explain a lot, but you get a little more sense for it throughout the expansion. Basically, it means they don't. It is a sacrifice to enter the Wizard's Court to an extent, because like while you are still you, you don't actively remember a lot of who you were before the ascension, they call it here. Yeah, just to explain really quickly as well, for those of you who might not be aware, the rite of the Great Dwarf, was an event in Guild Wars 1 where all the dwarves in Tyria were turned into stone in order to fight the destroyers in the depths. They all underwent it. So yeah, it is quite freaky to find a dwarf that is not affected, but it is explained by him ascending before. What happened to the other wizards? Isgaran and Dagda?
Possessed. It's a nasty little trick courtesy of our friends, the Cryptists. They wiggle their way into your mind, corrupt each thought one by one until you're raw. The pain refuses to cease.
And why didn't you get possessed?
Well, not for lack of trying. I came pre-built with a special little ability that allows me to split in two. Can't take over my consciousness if half of it is hightailing it to the Wizard's Tower, can you?
I can't think of anything else right now. The splitting is interesting, and it is...
She didn't make it back. Maban focused all of his energy on grabbing the commander.
If she has half the strength of her mother, I pity the cryptist that tries to put her down. Ah yes, glad to see you on your feet.
Me too.
I suppose we finally have a breath for a proper introduction. Name's Frode. Welcome to the Astral Ward.
I do wonder, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna check one thing. I mentioned collections. One of them is the dog tags. What is Comrades in Arms? So basically, like, what you do later is you hunt down these Astral Ward members. Some of them are alive and kicking. Some of them, unfortunately, dead. And all you can do is just collect their dog tags. And bring it back to whoever gave us this achievement. I think it was Narcisse, in fact, at a later stage of the story. However, I do wonder, Arena, so that's his daughter. And guess we're going to learn more, but I do wonder, is she dead or not? Oliva, Abilene, Daytona, Percy. It's alphabetical, so, well, it's not necessarily. Arena. In Garandaran Fields. Oh, no. Isn't that the one we just picked up? There's no other in Garandaran Fields, is it? God fucking damn it. She bit the dust. That sucks. Well, anyway, so there's that conclusion. I'm sorry about Arena.
Okay. She's endured worse. If anyone can build a life for herself in a realm of rot and chaos, it's my daughter.
Although...
Is that a compliment?
Arena is your daughter. I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was walking into.
That's not your fault. Being a member of the Astral Ward comes with severe consequences.
And yeah, he's taking it on the chin. He's a strong guy. Good Norn. Good Norn, I would say. Anyway, I don't actually remember. We just did that instance, and we did collect the dog tag before walking into the instance. I don't remember what it said. It might be that she just lost this thing. And we didn't find her body, did we? I don't quite remember. I will have to go back to my footage, actually. I will be interested to rewatch the VOD for this little detail. Whether she is dead or whether we might encounter her in the next part of the expansion. It might be possible that she was just sort of abducted into the realm of the demons. So you two are members of this ward.
What our modest friend neglects to mention is that he is our valiant leader and guide. I am Narcisse. I specialize in medical magics and herbal remedies. If you ever find yourself with a demon on your shoulder, give me a call.
Funny.
Will do.
And yeah, we also get this strange voice. I already referred to her as Beta. That's her name. Basically, that's what she refers to herself as. And she is a demon as well. And it's weird the way the commander treats Beta throughout the expansion, but we're gonna see it pan out a little bit. You all know who I am.
Of course we do. We've watched your whole journey. Amazing, really. It's a bit jarring to see you in the flesh.
You've got quite the fan club up here.
We didn't always know if you were an ally. But, I mean, no offense. You've experienced so much.
I can't blame you for being hesitant.
Frode, is it then? You wanted to speak with me.
I do. Now that you've got some sense of our situation, I've set up a meet with the rest of the Rift Hunters.
Rift Hunters? Are they also Astral Ward?
Correct. I'll explain later.
So yeah, again, it's not interchangeable, but they are ward.
I'll see you there soon.
So yeah, you get a sense of it. I guess Rift Hunters would be a subset of Astral Ward, but it is basically all you need to know, so that you don't get too confused, because it is confusing from the very get-go. Anyway, that's Hell Breaks Loose completed. There's nothing much else to do. What I'm going to do, though, I will have to use the bathroom right now. I will remain in the instance for now, and come back real quick, or maybe have like a little bit of a 5-minute break. Okay, bear with me. We will split the stream, I guess, into multiple ones. We'll have a bigger pause just to like get lunch and stuff eventually, but so far we are going to continue in a couple of minutes, so just stay tight. I'll be back in 5. The head jerk was cute when I moved the mouse. Anyway, okay, I'm back. Let's continue with the story. And perhaps explore the world as well. A little bit.
What are you?
You worry too much.
Okay, so the next step is supposed to be us meeting Frode, which we're gonna do without much stalling. The weather cleared up though, it's quite nice here. This is pretty awesome, actually. A lot of the times this town is hit with a storm. It is nice to see this clear sky here. And yeah, the Beacon of Ages, as we've learned, this is called, and otherwise this fort, that's basically the Astral Wards.
Frode and Yuno are inside.
Okay, thank you. Let's go in. Open the door and enter.
Commander, over here.
Ah, they are taller than I thought.
Commander, Yuno, one of our oldest members.
Oldest mortal members.
Wish I had time to give you a proper introduction to the Astral Ward, but things are dismal.
Remind me why we can't call for more help. I could have a fleet of airships here in a day.
The Astral Ward is a secret. That is Isgaren's preference, even in times of worry.
Isn't Isgarin compromised? Won't it be too late if you wait for his permission?
Maban is choosing to honor his will. We will do the same. Rian could really use your help in the Rift Hunters, one of our more hands-on divisions. They track down rifts before whatever horrors inevitably spill out of them. Just like the one that pulled you into Nios. They're popping up all over Tyria. Innocent lives are at risk. Rian is waiting for you. He'll gear you up and give you whatever details you need.
While you help contain the threat, we've got Astral Ward searching for Dagda and Isgaren's whereabouts. As soon as we gather more intel, we'll call on you to help with the cleansing.
What exactly are we dealing with?
Dagda and Isgaren will need to be cleansed, so to say, of their cryptous possession before they can aid us. Dagda is our first target. We believe she's hiding nearby, probably attempting to cleanse herself of any unwanted guests. As soon as we can confirm her location, we'll call on you. Give me your thing. The one you use to talk to your friends from far away.
My comms device. Oh, sure.
And we just give it to her like that. Camillus, we will talk to in a second.
Do not miss the ever-changing nature of technology. There. I've attuned your little device to pick up on arcane fluctuations. We'll be able to contact you anywhere. Even if you stumble into another rift.
Well, let's hope the latter doesn't happen anytime soon.
Yes, let's.
Anyway, so yeah, we get some optional dialogue as well. We are supposed to talk to Rian. Now, this is a bit of a confusing part of the story, I will admit. First of all, we can read the vow of the warden. And I'm not going to read through all the basically texts that are strewn about. There's a lot about what is going to come up, the fractals. They're not your average fractals of the mists. Don't get your pennies in a twist. But they are functionally the same. However, these are artificial. Now, there's a lot of explanation that needs to come with these. Unfortunately, the story doesn't provide it, which is a little fucked up, but whatever. I guess they had to cut corners somewhere and didn't quite know how to properly structure the beginning. Also, in the grand scheme of things, they feel like an afterthought as well, like just something to fill this map with. Weird, but we'll get to that, I guess. You'll see what I mean. They will, so vow of the warden. They will protect the veil between Tyria and the mists. They will guide the astral world toward brilliance. They will be modest, and they will drink a chalice of water from the golden lake. They will be kind and powerful. They, by the will of Sgarn, will better this world. So yeah, again, protectors. And there you go.
I was an esteemed professor in the College of Synergetics. To study the metaphysical is to study the inner workings of the flow itself. It's good work. But my people are stubborn and petty. Bureaucratic, even. It's limiting. Zojia and I had the same realization. Expecting satisfaction from that city is like expecting a Scrit to win the SNAF prize. So I went on a long sabbatical to explore the world beyond the stuffy labs and debate halls of Radasum. And then I found this big lump of bricks hiding away in Garenhof. Maban noticed my curiosity, and here I am. I still collect stipends from the Arcane Council. They think I'm in a jungle somewhere, gawking at plants. Bureaucracy.
So we get Yuno's. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Yuno's backstory a little bit. Again, yeah, similar to Zojia, as we're gonna learn. But now the important NPC, and one that is completely optional and tucked away here, which is stupid, but it's Camillus. I'm Director Camillus, head of the Word's Fractal Research Division. I'm sure you have many questions about our work, and I will try to answer the ones I can. And first, and this is what I mean, okay? Our first question listed here is like, have the fractals actually been useful? And like, what fractals? What the fuck? This is the first time we're learning about the existence of any fractals, right? It feels like they like missed a spot here. Like maybe Camillus should have been like introducing us to the concept of the fractals, or maybe it was supposed to be Frode and maybe mentioning a little bit about it. But yeah, basically what happens here in this map is that it's a bunch of fractals strewn about. We cannot see them right now, but above Skywatch Archipelago, it's just a bunch of islands. Pockets of reality, wow, that are just like a little bit like the fractals of the mists, but they are artificial. They were created for a specific purpose, and there's been experiments running. And again, that is also an information that's completely missing any explanation over here, and we're just like going into this with a sort of presupposed knowledge. And as you can see, it's an optional dialogue at this story step, and you would assume they explain it later. No, it's not like it's not like it's even misplaced. Like this should have been an optional dialogue later. No, they never bother with explaining the fractals of the myths. You gotta piece it together a little bit. So it is weird for us to be asking these things when we don't even know that there are any fractals and that they have been experiments. But again, to encapsulate, they've been created by the Wizard's Court to study some potential effects of various minor to major changes in Tyria's history. They're always there to like study a scenario. They're I don't know if I'm gonna use the right word in English, but casuistics. That's what it's in Czech. It's like single instances, right? It's like a study of a given sample. With the focus on the sample instead of like on the whole data structure. And so basically like each little individual fractal, each little island has its own story, and it has its own twist. So for example, the Garenhof fractal that's right next to us is basically what would happen if the tower that is supposed to be above it exploded, right? And that's the scenario, and they're studying the effects. And what happened here is that these fractals have been brought into the real world. They've been beyond the veil. They've been in like a magical pocket, I guess, somewhere beyond in the mists, right? And suddenly they appeared in this real world. And now we have to deal with the consequences, or the astral ward has to juggle that along with like rift hunting. And all this context completely missing. So this is also the context for this dialogue, okay? Including like, how do you live with the cost of it all? Like, what do you mean cost of it all? Well, we're gonna learn hopefully something more from the dialogue. If not, I'm just gonna fill in the details, okay? Despite that, it's fascinating story, don't get me wrong, but this is where ArenaNet kind of like, I don't know, why was this sort of cut out from the main narrative? Why do we have to learn about all of this from like context and from environment and from clues? I have no idea, but whatever. So have the fractals actually been useful? Again, asking specifically about the experiments.
Extremely useful. I personally believe it is our most important area of research. For many problems, it is difficult to see the solutions in advance, but easy in hindsight, after it's too late to fix it. But the fractals allow us to learn from mistakes we didn't actually make. That knowledge is essential in preventing those mistakes we can't afford to make.
What happens to a fractal once you're done?
The wizards have the ability to, well, for lack of a better term, to pause the experiments. They are then kept in that frozen state in case they are needed later. That way, no additional harm comes to them.
Why did they have to have real people in them? And yeah, again, an information that we have never learned anywhere, that these fractals actually have real people in them. Now, the real people part is also confusing, and I don't think that's something they answer properly anywhere, not even in context, not even in like environment and stuff. But basically, like, what does it mean to have real people? I guess that it means like they're flesh and bone, and they just like function exactly like real people. But we see they're not like taken from Tyria or whatever. They are copies of people, basically, or from what I believe, because there are a couple of characters that do appear in regular Tyria. I don't think they have been uprooted from Tyria, but I might be wrong. Actually, they may have taken characters from Tyria and just genuinely like put them in here. No, but no, that's not actually true, because there's Mayor Mandarin, at the very least, who we have encountered in the real world. So basically, like, there are two Mayor Mandarins right now, and they mention he's a real person, so he's basically like a clone. And a clone, I guess, is a good example. Like, he's not a simulation. He basically is a new Mandarin, with everything that it entails. A new person with the same name, same history, basically. But from this point onward, a new life, right? And they make a big deal out of this. And it opens up wild questions that I don't think that the expansion answers, really. Anyway.
Originally, the wizards tried simulated beings, approximations that could experience life but couldn't suffer from it. But without that element, they didn't act like they would in our world. The data held no predictive power. Each aspect of real beings was needed. Their freedom, their strength, and yes, even their suffering. It was the only way.
And so, yeah, there you learn the ethical quandaries, of course, that arise from this. Like, that is one question that it does explore this expansion. Like, how do you make this life in the first place? That's unexplored. But the moral and ethical quandaries that come with, like, making clones of people and then, like, have running experiments on them that are just grueling and lethal. That's something that is opened up very frequently in here. And a lot of the people here actually do think it's quite ethical what they're doing because they prevent, it's a very utilitarian answer that they have to this. Okay, well, we're going to see that it's pretty much everyone stands that, the greater good did justify these experiments. And yeah.
We will help them to survive this ordeal as best we can. But after, ultimately, that will be up to them. As long as we could keep them in their fractals, that was the most humane approach. But that is no longer possible. They're living beings, as real as you or I, and they deserve the right to choose their own paths forward.
Great, but they... no, whatever. Let's not get into it. We do want to finish this story today. How do you live with the cost of it all?
Same way that you do, Commander. I've watched your career with admiration, seen the choices you've had to make. You know, as I do, that the right thing to do is rarely clean. There are always consequences, and many of them severe. I've spent a long time on this problem, and this is our best option. Part of leading is accepting the cost of that choice. The truth is, as high as the price is to learn what we've learned, I've never regretted it.
So she never regretted it, and now we can retort. And I do like that it's not, coded in their usual symbols, with like the heart and the crown and the fist. That's a good way to think about it. I still don't think it's justified. I don't envy your position having to decide these things. I still don't think it's justified.
That is your right. We each try our best to do the right thing, and we leave it to history to decide if we succeeded.
Okay, this character is compassionate, okay? So that's what you need to understand about Enseladia, the thief we're playing as. She's an incredibly charmful person.
Do you have business with the warden?
Shut the fuck up. We just concluded our business with the warden. Anyway, we're gonna go and seek out this Rian, who is of the Rift Hunters, and he's gonna introduce us to one of the core mechanics here.
Commander, your eyes have seen so many places, so many beasts. I know a hunter when I see one. Apologies. Being in your presence may be more shocking for some than others. I am Rian of the Rift Hunters.
Frode and Yuno sent me to help. It sounds like we're working against the clock.
Well, your help comes with kind timing. Rifts have been appearing all over Tyria, but they're especially potent here. Thankfully, that device of yours, the Heart of the Obscure, has given us a new windfall. In your hands, a blessing. They found it in Waiting Sorrow's quarters just before we lost the tower. Don't know what she made it for, but the Heart's ability to open and seal rifts by following their astral frequency is impressive. I've not much more time with the Heart than you, but let me guide you. The Heart of the Obscure is capable of astonishing things. It can act as a conduit for your emotional energy, channeling it as a source of power. Now, hold the Heart aloft, and focus your thoughts on the demonic rifts, and your desire to hunt down these intruders.
Okay, so, we're supposed to do this emotionally, like the emotional connections to magic is a strong theme in this expansion. But I do admit a little bit that like my desire to hunt these rifts is as a player doesn't resonate with whatever the in-game commander may feel. Heimebon, and so it feels kind of odd, the explanation here.
I can see it. The magic in the air is flowing.
Incredible. What does it look like?
Hard to describe. A little frightening. Like the world itself is reaching toward something. You can't see it.
No. You and the heart are one in this moment. I've seen before what you do now, but I am a bystander. It might seem overwhelming, but don't be afraid. These are your own thoughts made manifest. Go on now. Why don't you see where it leads you?
And yeah, why don't we? Yeah, basically they're trying to teach us how to hunt these rifts. Luckily there's one right below us. It's a tier 1 rift, so there are 3 tiers to these rifts, and we will eventually, even through story, learn how to hunt other tiers. What is happening with this fucking Cryptus? Anyway, it's always 2 stages. One is like kill enough Cryptus to basically get the rift to spawn or open, I guess, and reveal whatever higher Cryptus lurks beside it. Then you lure it out, and you lure it out by using what's called a motivation. We're going to be introduced to those as well eventually.
I can see the rift.
Terrifying, isn't it?
I cannot.
You'll need to
What?
stabilize
Oh,
it
it's
before you
below
can
us.
seal it. Get closer and channel the heart.
There's a lot of people.
The Cryptus will attempt to break your focus on the spell and stop you. Be prepared to defend yourself. Focus on your desire to protect Tyria.
And again, we're supposed to focus on our desire to protect Tyria. I don't know, do I feel such a desire? Or am I hunting these rifts because they give me the materials I need for crafting like a thing?
It's done.
Good. The Cryptus are relentless. There are doubtless many other rifts to seal. You've got your work cut out for you. If you have questions or need guidance on any of this, come and find me. We're in this together.
So it is best to use waypoints because, as you can see, like there was a commander even and a whole squad hunting these rifts. We might have a harder time here because we don't have any of these waypoints discovered yet, which you know. I should have probably known and thought about this, but it is going to be hard to reach the rifts before people just like wipe them off the face of this fucking zone. So I guess we're gonna have to at least get some waypoints. I'm gonna unlock as many as I can, but yeah, we're hitting or found our first fractal besides Garenhof, which is this is a copy of the Crystal Desert, basically, and that's got an interesting twist. I think I'm gonna discuss later, perhaps. We can, for what it's worth, track these rifts as well. From the back of our sky scale. Maybe if we got a teleport to friend, a couple of them, like 10, we could be fine here. For what it's worth, we only need 10 rifts. I'm sorry, 3 rifts for this story step. So probably not a not so bad. We're not going to be able to hit all of them. Luckily, it seems we can catch up to the Did we properly tag it? Will it count? Nope, didn't count, unfortunately, but whatever. So the next rift, it shows us over there somewhere. So I'm hoping that's gonna be... Nope, that's not the Canton fractal. So yeah, right above us, we've also got the Canton fractal. And yeah, we've got all the masteries unlocked. The navigation of these maps is made a bit more difficult if you don't have the masteries. However, as soon as you like unlock all the flying amenities and also like unlocking the ley looms and stuff, you can generate updrafts, you can generate ley lines that you can also then ride on the back of your mounts. Not only sky scale, but also the Griffin, which will make it a little easier to navigate this map. I mean, a little easier. It makes it sort of essential to an extent, because it is not easy to do this. Now, I don't know how much I need to talk about this mechanic. What I will mention about the rifts is that it seems to be absolutely crucial for crafting a lot of this expansion's rewards, including the legendaries, so that the legendary armor, but also eventually it seems to be the case that you will need these for the legendary relic as well, which is supposed to come at some point. So yeah, I do want to hit this waypoint just to be on the safe side. I think this is showing us the dwarven fractal, the what is it called? The forge. What's the name of the forge? And there's the Heart of Magoma fractal. Again, I'm gonna, my plan was to basically stop by in every fractal, talk a bit about it and what the experiment is, and do like an event for each one, see what pops up. And good placement, good rift placement actually. But yeah, this rift hunting is like genuinely something you will want to do, and there's a whole structure for it. Basically, like a weekly rotation of these, including other maps across not only core Tyria, but Tyria at large, like just the whole enchilada, which is interesting.
I gather your rift hunting is going as
And you
planned.
can see it here.
Adapting. These fractals. To be born into one reality, and pulled into another to be hunted by demons.
Another thing that we'll need to handle. When you've got a moment, please report back to the medical ward at the Beacon of Ages. Given your exposure in Nios, I'd like to confirm that you're at optimal health.
If the fox pokes his head into one too many burrows, who knows what will snap at his face. Be careful approaching the rift. Ceres is looking for you. He got a taste, and he wants a bite.
If you're so concerned, why did you rescue me?
For curiosity, perhaps. Or do I want to kill you myself? myself.
Not making a great case for yourself.
You are such a fascinating creature. Your memories are molten, trials you face. Can you blame me for wanting to see what comes next?
And yeah, that's about it. So yeah, luckily it doesn't happen very often that we would be portaled away into the demon realm by these rifts. But apparently this is why we're closing them, why it's so urgent to close them. Anyway, there's optional dialogue too, which is, I don't quite remember what that's about. But we are going to open the door and just bust in. Oh, it's Zoja.
Oh, hey.
Hi, what are you
This
doing
place
here?
is impressive, if not a little terrifying. The wizards can create fractals. Still trying to wrap my head around it.
Again, don't know how we learned
give me a
about that,
moment.
but that's fine.
We're still getting used to all of this ourselves.
This one is a little prickly, but I can tell you're familiar. She's harder to read. Emotional. Angry.
Did you say something, Commander?
Oh, I wouldn't tell her about me if I were you. She's a bit more raw. Might not react how you'd like.
Nothing from me. I'll leave you to your work.
Again, I'm not gonna read the extra texts, but yeah, here we're just, for whatever reason, listening to the advice of the voice. I guess she or the voice did help us a little bit earlier, so there is some kind of trust, but it does feel a little weird. Also, the meta is going on. That's not an event connected to the meta. But yeah, the meta event, wow. It's to an extent map wide, and there is a story step that does require us to sort of participate in the meta. It used to be that you had to do the meta in order to progress the story step. They took that away. They changed that. Again, people were complaining they need to wait for the meta, blah, blah, blah. I think it's a little... I think it's good. I think it's good when the events of the world are somehow incorporated into the story step, because it gives you a more sense of interconnectivity. Like you're not just blazing through these stories with like a backdrop of some whatever map. I do get this sense from a lot of other MMOs, and from this one sometimes to an extent. They do, the personal story can feel a little disconnected from the world, but when they do tie it in with the story, with the meta events, it feels a little better. But even though I understand the frustration of the players when they do have to wait for the meta and they do have to finish it before they can progress their own story, it's a tough choice. It's gone now. It doesn't matter. But there is an achievement apparently in one of these story steps that does involve the meta. Now, because I do want to go through all the story steps today, I don't want to stall needlessly, even though right now I'm not doing anything but stalling. I did, one of my, we're not gonna wait around for the meta to pop up. If it doesn't, we're just gonna progress the story and not get the achievement. It's just something to keep an eye out for. Also, we are supposed to talk to who again? I'm sorry, you checked the Astral Wars Infirmary. Okay, so the infirmary is above us, actually. We're not supposed to be at the command center, even though we did get optional dialogue in there. This is an incredibly interesting instance for how short it is, but there you go.
Told me you were coming. Sit. Quickly, please.
Okay. We'll
Vital
get to
signs,
use the
mostly normal.
cute
Do you feel anything
animations.
strange? Sharp pains in your feet? Any nausea? Distant memories surfacing?
No, nothing like that. Nothing like Maguma.
Need you to be honest if we want a proper bill of health, Commander.
Maybe I've been hearing a whisper since I got back from the demon realm. Nyos?
Not surprising. Here, let's check on your astral alignment.
Astral alignment.
Influenced, perhaps. But I can confirm that you aren't possessed. Your will is intact. We can work with that. Hearing voices after traveling through the mists isn't entirely uncommon. So long as it's not telling you to murder anybody, and you're not acting on those impulses, I see no threat.
That would make things exciting, wouldn't it?
I'll keep a close eye on it.
And yeah, so this story step, I do believe, even though the instance is weird, we pop in, we pop back out. I think it's important to establish that this is not something we should be concerned about. And then, in fact, because our will is still intact, and this story step like reaffirms it, we can chat around with Peter, right? I think it's good. I think this instance makes a lot, or does a lot towards the story going forward. I do feel.
Nice work out there. Sky scales are invaluable for navigating the fractured landscape, but there's even more they can do. Speak with Skyscale trainer Diane at the Beacon of Ages if you want to learn everything there is to know about Skyscales.
And yeah, we get sold on the value of Skyscales. Actually, we do need to talk to him. Okay. They introduce, I guess, a couple of other masteries that we can get, especially like this thing, spitting the fireballs. Boom. Boom. See? However, it's... yeah, what I also wanted to mention, I would just... the thing is, I don't mind, by the way, and I didn't want it to feel like criticizing the story for not telling anybody about the voice before. I do feel like it's a little weird before that. Or, sorry, not telling... Well, I don't like that part. That the commander kept this to themselves, especially when prompted by Peter. However, after this, I don't have a problem with like living with this voice in our head without any like concern. The thing I would appreciate more is if the commander was a little more honest and open about hearing the demon all the goddamn time, even if other people might be suspicious of our of us being influenced. I think it would be super funny, but also super valuable if we were checked into the infirmary like every other story step, because people still kept thinking we're possessed, and basically their own medic would reassure all of them, no, it's fine, the commander is not possessed, they just hear voices, it's fine, everybody who did go through the rift does hear them, and lived does hear them, don't worry about it, okay guys? I think it would be infinitely funny, but also like put the mind of every player at ease that they are interacting with this beta character. Anyway,
You look like an adept flyer. Come on over.
you need to shut the fuck up. And yeah, this person will eventually give you also a collection for your own sky scale. Even if you did have a sky scale before from Path of Fire or Season 4, you can do that collection for at least achievement points and stuff, which I've already done. Now there's another collection which will eventually, apparently, unlock a skin for the sky scale, which is wild, but it's good. Unfortunately, that collection is much more taxing than the first one, and there was no urgency to finish it. There was some urgency with doing the sky scale, because I'm sorry, apart from getting some achievement points, which not everybody will care about, you did get some astral claim with that. So it was very motivating for me to finish it in time, and that's New Friend. There you go. Complete the New Friend achievement. You did get 300 astral claim for it, which in a grand scheme of thing is not the be all and end all, but it was enough for me to basically finish it before the next story step hits. Frode asked me to come. Good to see you again. You've got the look of someone who comes to life when they soar high above the clouds. What can I do for you? Frode asked me to come see you. Yeah, sky scales are essential for navigation around the area. Even if you've got experience flying one, the Astral Ward have devised some tricks you might want to know about. Where do you suggest I start?
Commander, we think Dagda is near the old observatory. Rian will watch for additional rifts. You need to come to us immediately.
If you want to learn more about the mount and its abilities, I can give you all the details. If you want to practice practical experience, talk to the Astral Ride Master just over there. And yeah, we don't need to learn much more about the sky skills, but there are some adventures that you can do with like shooting down targets here. It's fun. However, it's super easy as well. It's very easy to get gold on there. I mean, if you know how to navigate or fly a sky scale. Now, shall we do an event here? This one isn't as fun as the one that spawns inside the building. So we might hold off on the events over here. But yeah, eventually, like this is basically the zone is connected with the fractal. So it's the fractal and the Astral Ward headquarters that are connected into one zone. One thing I appreciate about this expansion, what they did.
Village was one of the safest interior, and now
it's basically gone.
And yeah, oh yeah, Brielle is already going, so we won't see the first event, but that's fine. And yeah, basically like this expansion splits, or basically what they ask you to do is basically to do every single event if you want the achievements. But they do tie achievements to mastery points. So if you want to collect some mastery points, you will have to do a couple of these events, and they tie them under achievements or. Let me see, Eternal. So for example, for this thing, for this zone, it's like the Eternal Skywatch Archipelago, Eternal Protector of the Skyward Marches, Eternal Protector of the Rata Novus, and Jade Mag Habitation Zone 3. These basically have every single event on this map. So you won't miss any if you follow this guide, basically. Now, I've done a bunch of these, so I know what event is where, at least in Skywatch Archipelago. The second map is a little... is a different beast, but I've got most progress there as well. I just want to explain, like, this... And they're split into the zones, right? And this is a whole zone. So that's Garenhof plus Wizard's Ascent. Then you got a zone for Skyward Marches. You got a zone for Jade Habitation Zone 3. Jade Mech Habitation Zone 3, sorry. and so on and so forth. So that's how that goes. Then there's a zone that's basically a single zone, but it's split in two. And also one thing that's...
I only got a glimpse before she moved farther into the cave, but not good.
We shouldn't overwhelm her. I'd recommend that Zojja and the commander move ahead without us.
What are you going to do?
Yuno and I will guard the entrance. As soon as Dagda moves, every cryptid nearby will want to join the fray.
Wizard magic is delectable to the Cryptus. Every well of power they hold is a feast to be devoured.
Right, so we better get moving. Commander, with me.
Yeah, let's go.
What, nervous?
Not used to taking orders.
A lot has changed.
You... Okay. Anyway, this is gonna look terrible, right? All this grass in here on stream with the encryption that they have. Anyway, I did want to mention there are a couple of zones that are exempt from this, and that's, for example, Stargaze Ridge. There's like this whole structure here that is here by the Wizard's Court, and this is something. Yeah. If this is like a beacon, that's pretty cool, and I want to see this interior somewhere when we go in the future expansion. I want to see this structure interior. That would make so much. That would make me smile so much. You can't imagine how delighted I would be to see that in the future. But yeah, for now, no. We got the Beacon of Ages and whatever, Wizard's Tower, which is over here. And we've already got it explored from one half. But yeah, for example, the soaring area is also not something that would have regular events, but it's just something that's apparently a part of this map or whatever. It doesn't matter. Let's go meet this Dagda character. Okay,
Anything I
Zojja.
need to know about Dagda?
She's the wizard of the Celestial. Specializes in power drawn from the cosmos. A Jotun. Packs one hell of a punch, too. Any cryptid that took her down is probably one we should be afraid of. The Jotun wizard. They were among the most magical races in Tyria.
Right, but...
Yes, they're not anymore. But Dagda is...
I don't have enough
1,000 years old. More. She's seen a lot.
1,000 years old.
At least, you've got a lot to learn about the wizards.
Yeah. They're all this old, basically. And you will notice a pattern going forward. We've been mentioned a Jotun. Guild Wars 1, in its Eye of the North expansion, or maybe it was Guild Wars 2 actually that introduced this concept, but Guild Wars 1 introduced the races themselves. Guild Wars 2 expanded on their role in Tyria. So you've got the dwarves. So the dwarves, the Mersat, the Seer, and the Jotun have something in common, and that is they were our predecessors. Basically, they were around in the previous Dragon cycle as the preeminent races of Tyria that faced the danger and had to make some decisions to sort of deal with the threat, right? So basically, they are an equivalent to our current races, i.e. the humans, the Char, the Sylvari, the Asura, and the Norn, right? And there were also 5 of them. I'm not going to read the field notes. I already read those.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I do.
So,
They're already swarming. Fury rising.
and that's it. Like, you've got there were 5 of them. Now, one I haven't mentioned is the Forgotten. And basically, well, we have met a dwarf, we have met a Mersat, we know one of the wizards is a seer, so, and Dagda is a Jotun. So, a lot of the wizards of the court, not all of them, but a lot of them, well, perhaps even all of them, actually, now that I think about it. Who's the fifth wizard?
Help me!
Oh no. Oh
Is that
no.
you? Kill me!
And Sari is, we don't really know Sari. They don't necessarily talk about this character at any point in the story. Anyway, we do have to beat her up and kill her, potentially. I don't even know whether the other characters that eventually appear are, whether there are some more wizards of the court. I do think it's just these ancient races, actually.
She was a friend. Found family. They'll keep coming until Dagda is stable. Let's move.
So yeah, basically most, if not all, of the wizards of the tower are these ancient races, but there is no forgotten so far that we have met. But there is one wizard that we are going to hear about that we don't know the race of. So there's still the possibility we're going to meet a forgotten. But this is basically the context.
Rift, that is where Dagda will be. I can feel her, and you lead.
All right then, and I do believe, okay, this is another part of the same story chapter, but basically a checkpoint we've hit.
The air is particularly dense in here. Which one of you latched on to the wizard's souls?
Zosha, what are you doing? You brought the Harbinger to kill me?
They're here to help. They're a friend.
They're here to end me, as they've ended so many others.
I'll see if I can cast a barrier to keep her trapped. Don't
So-
want to lose her again.
We are referred to as the Harbinger. Now, the Harbinger has been a term that's been used a couple of times in Guild Wars' history, but so we're learning more about, I guess, the demon that is possessing Dagda.
There are so many voices. Look at me.
The cracking voice.
There are too many of them.
I don't quite remember the specifics of this instance. It went by in a flash, and I was still overwhelmed by the fractal stuff and how that keys into everything. So this is a good refresher, even for me. What's going on with Dagda here? Spoiler alert: she's not gonna succumb. We are going to save her from the demonic influence. So there you go. That's your. Okay, she's quite deadly in melee. Fuck. Also, she's got a ranged attack though, as I can see here. Okay, we should probably dodge this, whatever it is. Oh, there we go. Damn, where'd you go? Steal onto her. Alright, we've got a bit of health that we can face her in melee range.
Whispering things. The color of the sky that day. Fury rising. The smell of smoke. Blood.
Stay with me, Dagda.
Brother.
I don't know any of these places.
That's not Saris in there, right? No, Saris wants us. And then okay, so what did I want to further say and mention? Don't quite remember, sorry.
That's not my name. Don't call me that.
So, is that Vanda?
I don't know how much longer I can keep this up.
We're learning a lot. Now, these things are not immediately consequential to the story right now. But Vanda might be, for what it's worth, a demon we will perhaps encounter in Neos once we get there in the next story chapter. I mean, the one to be released on Tuesday. So, and that's why we're doing this recap, right? Just before the release of the next episode, so that we have the proper context of this story. And there you go. Dagda is.
I can imagine the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Oh, my thoughts are my own again.
You okay? No missing limbs?
An ache in my neck, but I'm fine, little one. This is the commander? Well, thank you for refraining from killing me. I'm sure you resisting that urge was a challenge.
What do you mean?
I don't understand. I helped you.
Maban brought them here. We're on the same side.
Maban is too trusting.
Maybe you should check in on Froden, you know. Make sure they didn't get ambushed.
Understood.
And there you go. Our first encounter with Dagda is not very good. She's very abrasive initially. She warms up to us, I guess. But yeah, it gives her a little bit of character. And I mean, like, I think it's unfounded how she treats us and approaches us at the very first stage of meeting us. However, yeah, this is a jaw-dropping moment, or it was at least to me, and it's actually at least a little bit alleviating some of my criticism about asset reuse. We get a pre-decline Norn, basically, like pre-demise Norn, right? So, I'm sorry, Norn, Jotun, right? So the Jotun we meet now, and we've kind of referred to it earlier, or the commander has, are like brutes. They're like savages, right? They're a fallen race. But Dagda is from the time when they were at the height of their power. And she looks significantly different than the Jotun we know today. So this is what let's say a noble, what a civilized Jotun would look like, and it's the first time we are seeing a Jotun like that in the game. It's good, good model, even though it's very obviously rigged to like a human puppet, basically. It's good that we get this, right. The dwarf was a jaw-dropping moment as well, but not to the extent of Dagda right here, because we've seen dwarves before, made of stone. So it's like basically, okay, but this is just like a reskinned dwarf, right? But Dagda is a little different in this sense, and it's cool. It's cool. She's got a cool face and all, even though we don't see it in the miniature. I like the scars on her. I do like the ogre-like face. Basically, I think they could have done a bit more to her to distinguish her. Make some other distinct features, but I do understand they wanted a humanoid face on her, considering the other races may not be that, and especially like the seer that we're gonna encounter later. Unfortunately, with the seer, it's a little different story. Once I've finally seen the seer in Guild Wars 2, it was
very difficult decisions. You can trust them.
What if the Elder Dragon views us as a threat next?
Even if Aurene eventually succumbed to the Void, the commander would make the right decision, as Glint rejected Kraukatoric.
It wasn't that simple. And those with good intentions make ignorant decisions every day. Ugh.
Rest. We'll talk about this later, okay?
And I guess we get a little bit of more of an insight into why she views this unsavory at the moment. But yeah, with the seer and the eventual reveal of Isgarin, I was pissed, to say the least. But I've already talked about that as well in my review stream.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Or 10.
How's she faring?
Zoja's with her now. A little beat up, but managing. Going to be honest, we didn't have the warmest of introductions.
Unsurprising. Dagda is
a bitch, a cold bitch,
to us all.
And fiercely protective of her brood. We'll get Dagda somewhere safe to recuperate until we can get back into the tower. We'll meet you at the Beacon of Ages. Catch your breath and don't take it too hard. She'll see you.
Perhaps an important detail to mention, though. They've lost the tower. The very tower that was above Garenhof. They don't have access to it or control of it. It's gonna be a story step.
You're breathing. That's good.
Of course I am, you fuck.
And you're still here. Am I possessed?
No, you are not.
Then who are you?
That's what a demon would say, right? She introduces herself fairly early.
Now you choose silence.
Anyway, as the meta is going on, I am afraid we're not gonna get a lot of other opportunities to do the other events. It sucks to an extent because
The Beacon of Ages.
it sucks to an extent because right at the very next story step does ask us to interact with
Could manifest interior
the
like
meta,
this.
but
I guess I never considered the possibility.
what can he do, right?
I wonder if even the wizards knew it was possible. Will they keep running experiments after such a big disaster?
I think so.
And then they're talking a bit more about the fractals then. We are going back to the infirmary. Sure. So we'll probably miss the opportunity to do the achievement for the 5th story chapter, which is unfortunate, but I'm not gonna wait another 2 hours for the meta to restart. Okay, there you go. We are at the wrong spot. No, are we? Yeah, we are supposed to check in on Dagda. However, there are new characters. Richik and Gladium, not my favorites, I will be honest with you, especially not the chick, but yeah, whatever. We're gonna get a feel for them later. Let's get above then. Again, a very short instance in the infirmary that seems to be the staple of this place.
I see you're on your feet. That I am.
I think we're ready for some proper introductions. Dagda Commander, Commander Dagda. She helped Mabon heal me when I first got here. You should have seen me. I was a mess.
Dagda?
Commander. I apologize for my
But
hostility.
she
at our
apologizes
first meeting.
very early, so...
I understand.
You did not deserve my ire, but I maintain my caution. We don't know you.
I was pulled into that rift. I'm happy to help Zoja. To help you. But this was not my choice.
Nor was it mine.
Okay, we're still feeling grumpy. Let's not get distracted from the end goal here, to stop the Cryptus. And, well, we need all the help we can get.
This is true.
Frode was looking for you, Commander. Why don't you track him down?
Okay, so I have feelings about this. Unfortunately, there's no optional dialogue with Dagda and stuff. But, what the fuck happened here? I have feelings about this. On the one hand, I think it's good that we're not treated like every single time the savior that comes in, plugs in right away, and is buddy-buddy with everyone. I think like some level of suspicion against us every now and then is a good thing. That's on the one hand. On the other, I don't think it's very rational of Dagda to be skeptical of us. Like, we've done nothing that would, provoke this antagonism. So this speaks more to her character than the circumstances of the story. And I would appreciate it more if there were circumstances where we would be treated with suspicion. I think ArenaNet does that very rarely, where they put us in a spot where others have a reason for us to be untrustworthy. Even though there have been story beats where this was warranted. I'm struggling to think of a story step where... Well, actually with June, that was very good. The fact that June treated us like criminals and believed us to be terrorists and people who went after her, that was very well executed. This thing, not so much. And I do think that even with June, it was her stubbornness to listen to us and let us approach her that caused all of that. Again, she didn't really have a cause to be antagonistic to us. Did she believe she had a cause, and or was there a good enough reason for her to believe that? Yes, absolutely. Unfortunately, I don't think ArenaNet and like the story of Guild Wars 2 ever put us in a position where the cause would definitely be there. The fact that we would be in a genuine antagonistic role, where our goals would not quite align with the other characters. You know what I'm saying? Like where we would like genuinely want other peoples to help us, but they wouldn't want that because we want fundamentally different things, right? And I think that's hard to pull off and still have us look like the protagonists, or vice versa, to have the others still be also protagonists and not antagonistic in the narrative. But I think that would make for an interesting story. Definitely much more than this unfounded suspicion. So there you go. It's way too rambly for a short instance like this.
Does what make me angry?
The fact that everyone doesn't immediately obey.
I guess it feeds into this then, I guess. Is that the justification?
They don't know me. Neither do you.
But I'm starting to. And I don't think you liked that very much.
You don't know shit. Okay. We are supposed to speak to Frode. I don't know how to know that. But, there you go. Frode!
Urchik is terribly concerned with Lear's... Pardon, Urchik, but Lear's stuffiness. Ladium agrees with Scrit.
Dagda's doing better. If I was still a shaman, I'd owe you a blessing.
Oh, I saw. Still less than thrilled to see me.
Dagda's incredibly protective of the Astral Ward. Like I said, she'll come around. Eventually.
Is this... the commander? Oh, Urchik is at your service. Scrit is a big fan of your work. Big fan.
This is Urchik and Gladium, two of my scouts. I've currently tasked them with tracking Lear.
Both of them.
We know that the facet of emotion is working with Mabon to break down the tower's defenses. But his other half is...
not counted for. Glade has an ominous feeling.
As do I. But there are still cryptids feeding on the fractals and their inhabitants. If we don't help them, we treat them no better than Dolyaks. Commander, frankly, I could use your help in the field. The Rift Hunters and my scouts have their hands full.
I'll check in with Rion. See what the hunters need.
As I expected, I spilled water all over my desk because I took a whole ass jug of water with me here, so I don't know what to do about that quite right now. I guess I will have to go for a... hold on. Sorry. There you go. Crisis averted to an extent. So, Rian is gonna introduce us to some more targets. I guess this is the event portion of the story, but we'll see. Maybe he just genuinely wants us to do more rifts, which is good. It ties into our weekly objective, but whatever. Urchik is introduced. I don't know why they chose Scrit again. I'm sorry, but like, whatever. Fucking give me a harpy. Give me a... they do introduce some other races later on, but ArenaNet sure loves their Scrit, and we do get another intelligent one at that. Like, even though he's alone and Scrit are supposed to be dumb as all hell, and even like mentioned her a Scrit in her like dismissal of Ratasum's incompetence, right? So, huh? What the fuck? I'd rather see someone else, like a Quaggan perhaps, or something, like, you know, give me something refreshing. But ArenaNet did put another Scrit in here, and yeah, I'm afraid Urchik is about as annoying as Scrit do get. I don't know. Something about their presence makes it grating to me, but whatever.
Urchik and Gladium are very honored to work alongside the
Even though
esteemed
they're a
Palace
fan.
Commander.
They're a fan.
The title might be a little dated, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Oh, Urchik could write ballads of your glory. Truly. Gladium, too. Urchik presents Gladium, She is my oldest companion. Urchik can read her movements. Gladium cannot speak or hear Skrit very well, for that matter. The legions were not kind to her. But Gladium is as strong and intelligent as the commander.
It's good to meet you both.
As Urchik and Gladium are glad to meet you.
And to be honest, this isn't the first time Lyra has split in two, only for one of his halves to run away. It's quite frustrating. If Skrit can be open, sounds frustrating. I'd love to know more about that ability, though. Oh, of course, Urchik would love to be better educate the commander on all this astral ward. A few other wizards have some mystical powers that set them apart from the rest. And Lyra's allows him to split in his consciousness in two? Correct. Just as Dagda channels the sorrows and Isgaren and Wait in Sorrow formed the fractals together. Mabon is more of a mystery to Skrit. It may very well be his empathy. I suppose Lyra's ability is especially helpful against the Cryptids. Urchik agrees. It keeps him from being fully overwhelmed. It also makes for some very colorful debate halls. He's been known to argue with himself on the stand. Glade witnessed this firsthand. That certainly sounds exciting. Thanks, Urchik and Glade. And you can actually see that. That's one of the events that's going on in here. And actually one of the required events if you want to do map comp.
Road and you know are inside.
Yeah, thank you. Let's talk to Rian then.
You've returned. I'm sure I speak for all the hunters when I say job well done.
I had a lot of help from Zoja, but thank you. Frode made it sound like things might be urgent.
Dagda may be back on our side, but the Cryptids have stepped up their efforts. Let me show you.
Alright. Rifts are an immediate threat here around the archipelago, but as you've witnessed firsthand, they're also appearing all across Styria. I can show you where your scouts have been tracking rift activity. Show me where the rifts are. I'll help wherever I'm able. And, okay, they don't want you to actually... no, yeah, they do want you to do some more rift huntings, which is, I guess, what we're going to do. But they introduce you to this rift hunting across Tyria, which is cool or whatever. Ooh, we got a rift right next to us again, which is good. This is actually handy.
Expect me to trust you right away, Peter.
Would that be so bad?
If I'm about to rip off my own flesh and turn into a cryptid, then yes.
The wizards are reactive creatures. They scare easily. Tell them that, and it could unburden I'd keep me under your hat for now. Get to know me before doing anything silly. Just watch out for nosebleeds. That might be a bad sign.
Fury rising. Give up yet?
And yeah, just as, you know, like... we have every reason to be distrustful of Peitha, though. That's kind of the thing. However, we will find out more about her motivations going forward. I think it's... you know, we did hear whispers in the story before. We've had characters in our head. Mostly it's been purely antagonistic relationships. Not many of them had very good motivations, and we did not have any reason to trust any of them. This one, it's a little different. The case is a little different, and we're gonna see eventually at the very end of this why she helps us, why this is the whole thing with her.
I command you to rise again.
Anyway, for now, let's focus on these rifts.
Protected. I am back.
Commander? Can you hear me? Oh, Scrit hopes this works.
Chick? Is that you?
Yes. Good. Very good. Urchik isn't very familiar with modern technology. Thank the magnificent shiny that Miss Yuno was able to connect your device to our astral frequency. Gladium and I are still tracking Lear, but we will contact you as soon as we've located him.
Great, so that was a big-ass nothing burger of a conversation. We might not be able to reach this updraft, actually. And by might not, I mean we will not. Let's use a waypoint, I guess. But I don't know. Okay, so it's in Skyward Marches. It's like whatever.
If anyone is out there, we need to get these sky scales across the desert. You could use some extra hands.
Sure. So there is an event to do with sky skills. It's basically a race. Okay, I might do some events here. So, what's the story of this fractal in particular? The story of this fractal is that the people of Alona have been basically abandoned by us. We've died in this reality, or left, I don't really know. But they have succumbed to Balthazar's forces, right? Oh, we have to convince. So maybe I should just go willingly. This situation is scary, but you have the strength to resist. You can't just let them control you that way. You're not walking this path alone. The situation is scary. Whatever. You're right. Okay. So there is one correct option here. Then you can screw this up. And yeah. So basically, we've left, and they're at Balthazar's mercy, basically. And a lot of this event chains have to do with that. Them basically being convinced by the Zaishin or the Forged to join Balthazar's forces, and through these events we're trying to stop that. So this is a very frequent event that's going on in here. Not much else to do here. Again, as I said, there's the there's a thing to do with the sky scales, basically like first an event to comfort them, and then after you've done that, you can fly them to safety, which is like a race event. That's all there is to it, basically. And then there's like a random ass champion fight in the middle of the desert. It's over here. And that's pretty much all you can see here. Of course, once you finish the story, there's more to be gathered for Zoja's journal. So basically, once you finish the story, Zoja will ask you to do like a hunt of her thoughts she had about these zones, these fractals, as she was frequenting them, and one of them is this one. She basically goes into every major fractal and has journal entries. So keep an eye out on those. They do give you a lot of Zoja's backstory. However, we have already collected them, and I don't think it's quite necessary for me to recap it on stream. It's a lot of text, basically. So this one, I guess let's do. This one is a fun event. the one in here. The story of this, on the other hand, is that Jade bots have basically like taken control of this of Kanta, of Kaineng, and they're now the ruler class basically here. So this is all about like the resistance of the natives to this robot rule. Sorry. And yeah, the transit agent basically like oh, we're still not done. I know there is. And yeah, there is an achievement for throwing papers at the robot. You do have to overload him though. It is the only way to progress. Oh, we're still not done.
Fast as the wind.
There you go.
Something is very wrong here. Contradictions. Unresolved.
I am that.
This is and is not new kind. Contradictions overwhelming. Need to purge memory to preserve circuit integrity. Better to forget than perish. And thank you for choosing the Ministry of Transit.
And yeah, besides that, there are these escorts that do chain together, by the way. A lot of these events are just like prerequisites for other events, so if you're gonna ignore them, you might not see the other events that you're waiting here for. So do keep in mind, do keep an eye on that. Other than that, there is also the Naga. Naga events where they attack this thing, this pile of scrap basically, or whatever, supplies, sorry, and they try to steal it or destroy it actually. And there is an achievement, speaking of achievements, there is an achievement for protecting all of the supplies and not getting any of them destroyed, which is quite challenging, and it's made doubly challenging by the fact that the Naga event spawns only when there are no other events going on. So it is quite a rare event that you're not going to stumble upon all that frequently naturally. You do have to wait around for it and basically like do this escort. Then there's like a boss spawning in here. So yeah, but yeah, otherwise a fairly straightforward zone. And another thing to mention about this is that there will always be an NPC who's overlooking these fractals, so you can get a little more about the story of these fractals from these guys. So also perhaps keep an eye on that. With that being said, we will ignore every other event though, and move on to our next drift hunt, which right now it does seem like it's once again in Draknar's Forge. That's what it's called. So we've already been in this zone. Now, one advantage of having it tied to the meta is that it like naturally lets you progress through the story and get into the Wizard's Tower after you're done with this map, basically. And then and only then you can get to Omnitas, the second map, and the one where endgame basically happens for this portion of the campaign before we get the new map. So. In a sense, when you don't have it tied to the meta, it feels like sequence breaking to an extent to go to the next map, which is what we're gonna do here, by the way. I'm just gonna pick up this waypoint before we do that. But because we're done with the with the weekly rift limit in this map, we are going to go into the next map, and we are definitely going to do more in there. Okay, but we're skipping a big portion of what happens in the story, so ignore everything you're gonna see here once we go through the portal. I just want to get my T1 rifts in Amenitas rather than Skywatch Archipelago, just because of the weekly thing. Feels a little, you know, a little more natural, and we'll see. Maybe we're not actually gonna be. It's always north. I always get turned around here. So ignore this. Ignore this. We're gonna come here eventually, even on the streams, I hope. Don't mind any of this. And let's see where there are any T1 rifts here. Now this might be very hard to navigate without waypoints, basically, because everything about verticality that applied to the first map applies doubly so here. It's just such a vertical map. And basically, yeah, as they mentioned a couple of times, the sky scales are crucial for navigation over here. So again, we might hit a couple of waypoints before we can continue on. For what it's worth, like, I would criticize this campaign for, or this expansion for asset reuse in terms of enemy variety, but not necessarily in its environment. Like, all of this feels very new, very novel, and very good. Okay, Amenitas is a very distinct, cool zone. Wow, we haven't hit the waypoint. The waypoint is below us, way below us. Okay, maybe we might need to do the rift here first. It seems like the meta is going on in here as well. Oh, hold on, this is not the rift. The rift is the other thing. Alright, so that's about on the level of the waypoint. Or is it one of those things where the waypoint is below us in like a cave? Where's the... Oh. What have you done? No! I'm not getting... Hold on. I'm not getting progress here, though. I thought I can rift hunt at any place. Oh, do we need to rift hunt in Skywatch anyway? Kinda sucks, doesn't it? It seems so, though. Okay. We will have to go back to Skywatch. That's stupid. Well, anyway, okay, so let's try to hit the waypoint, actually. Yeah, thank you. Go back to Skywatch then. That's unfortunate, but what can you do? What can you do?
Come on, form an orderly line, you kids. There's plenty of weapons. As if you lot even know what to do with them.
Ah, stow it, Elric. You couldn't hit a Minotaur with a hammer if it was tied down.
I'll remember that the next time.
Sure. Keep squabbling. So yeah, this is where you can start the event chain for the sky scales. There's 2 events that chain back to back.
Fury rising.
The facet of emotion who Urchik likes to call Goodlier doesn't have a good sense of where his other half is. Once we've accounted for both, the commander can assist Urchik and Gladium in sealing him back together.
Perhaps I can, yeah. Not promising anything, but whatever. Stop being annoying with this skill, is so fucking stupid. We can seal the rift. Okay, it seems that we only need 1 more. And I'm happy finding tier 1s actually, because tier 2s and tier 3s do actually require you to open them with someone's help. Or you can craft an item to open them, but those items are very expensive. They are fairly costly for whatever you get out of them. And it is a weird system, I won't be lying. Basically doing the weeklies is actually pretty good. To alleviate the trouble of weekly rift hunting. Of course, it's a little more time consuming, but you do get boxes that can help you quite a bit with the rift hunting. Anyway, we are in the Heart of Maguma zone, which is conveniently placed right next to another fractal, and that's Ratanova's fractal, an Asuran city, one we have encountered in Heart of Thorns. So both of these are basically Heart of Thorns fractals. The story of this one is, well, basically what if oh, actually. Is this Ceres? Or is this,
Steady. Breathe.
Who was fast as the wind? Who was that?
Epoch. To say that someone else. He hunts, though not for you yet.
and there you go. Okay, 1 more rift. Alright. Whatever, the story of this fractal is basically like what would happen if they let the magic basically feed into the animals. Something about like letting the ley lines like quite loose and stuff, and just the jungle being fed by ley line energy beyond Mordremoth's influence, and as a result, it's a weird a weird zone because it has like 2 champion bosses as events. So it's like you've heard the character right here talk about like there's a Saurian that's stomping around like it's hungry, and then there's one for a wyvern here. Yeah, it's up champion wyvern. also an event. But there are some other events like you need to save warden members from being overwhelmed right here in this camp by Saurians, because one of them is injured. Rift hunters even. And then there's a kind of a fun event where you like burn bugs. Basically like there are swarming bugs, and you are supposed to burn it with your sky scale, so it engages with the new mechanic that is introduced to the sky scale. Unfortunately it's not up, so we'll see whether it's up later, because I do kind of want to show that event most out of all of them. And then right next to it is Ratanovus. Now Ratanovus is my favorite fractal of the bunch because and I think there's got to be a favoritism among the ArenaNet staff for the Asura, because this this one asks basically what would happen if Ratanovus citizens survived whatever apocalyptic events befallen them. And it seems like they while all the other fractals are basically like situations fucked up and everybody's struggling, including the dwarves, the Ratanovans are just like at the height of their civilization. They like tamed Chuck and are feeding off their magic, and they're just thriving, and they are having a big ass fucking party. So there are a couple of like struggles out here on the outskirts, basically where they have the Chuck that are generating the energy for them. However, the main event here basically deals with, and this kind of mimics the same events that are then in that are in Heart of Meguma. So like this throwing of ley energy onto the golem to power it. You do that within the lane in Entangled Depths. And yeah, there you go. But yeah, basically the main event right here within the city, and unfortunately again it's not up again, is to help them prepare for a party. So it's, you know, some of the new events that they introduced in End of Dragons, so like a painting mini game, and then there's like a music mini game. This one is very good. It's basically like you are supposed to like teach these musicians to follow your example, and you're supposed to play off a music sheet. Unfortunately, the music sheet is the same for every musician. However, at least like you can learn the song by heart and just play it for every one of them. And yeah, it's a lot of fun in here because they also like introduce this concept of like okay, well, the cryptids are feeding off of emotion, and the original theory is that they feed off negative emotions, but because the Ratanovans are like jubilant and they have a party here, it's like positive emotion, so you're trying to help them stay positive, but it turns out the cryptids actually hunt for any kind of emotion, so you're making the situation worse in here. So this is my favorite of the fractals, not only because it does deal with the Asura, not only because it paints them in a favorable light, and like they're you know, put in Asura in an environment where he can thrive, and he will basically dominate the world. Not only because of these aspects of it, but also because and yeah, there it is. It's starting the event below us. I probably don't have to show it, but yeah, it's a ton of fun, and for this reason it's one of my favorite fractals, because it tells something new about the situation. You know, you can do whatever in the desert fractal, and it doesn't fundamentally change the course of the story, or like you don't learn anything new from that fractal basically. With this one it's a little different, so you do learn that the cryptids are also attracted to positive emotion beyond just the negative ones, and for that reason this fractal is very good, I think. Okay, I'm gonna have another short break, just to use the bathroom, the restroom, and we're gonna try to finish the next 2 story steps. I don't know how long the 4th one is. The 5th one is us storming the tower. So, yeah. So, again, back in 5, and then we're gonna tackle the rest of the first half, basically.
this trail. Meet Scrit at the Beacon of Ages, and we'll build a plan.
We could use your help here. The storm over Garrenhof has eased up some, and the mayor and I need to look for survivors. It's the least the ward can do, given they were partially responsible for them even existing. If you find anyone, let me know and we'll portal them out.
Is it safe to come out now? After everything else, I thought that storm was going to be the end of us.
Hey, can you come lend me a hand with this? Pretty please? Oh, thank you. The Rift Hunters placed quite an order. But this will be a great learning experience for you. I'll shout out which ingredient I need and how to prep it. We'll be done in no time. A black crocus flower will liven up any concoction. Get one for me, okay? That'll be fine as it is. Here's a tip. A single ritual totem will add a ton of potency to your bait. Let's add one. Dip it in some blood for an extra magical kick. Pass me some of that candle wax. No need to worry about a wick. Nothing else needed. Just toss it to me like that. I need a bone. Any type will do. Nothing else needed. Just toss it to me like that. I need an offering bowl. They should all be clean. Nothing else needed. Just toss it to me like that. I need an offering bowl. They should all be clean. That'll be fine as it is. Candle wax will really light up your bait. How about we add some? Sprinkle some bloodstone on it first. Here's a tip. A single ritual totem will add a ton of potency to your bait. Let's add one. No. That wouldn't even do anything. Toss me some of that candle wax. No need to worry about a wick. That'll be fine as it is. Grab me a pretty black crocus flower. Splash it with some blood first. Great work! Now we just need to get these out to the Rift Hunters.
I want that.
Welcome to the command center.
Commander, just in time for Urchik's battle plan. Maban and Goodlear are working to unlock the Wizard's Tower. Maban has requested the Commander's assistance. Once Maban and Goodlear have forged a key, we can access the Wizard's Tower. Right, Glade. That's where we think Bad Lear is hiding. How he got in, Scrit does not know.
You know and I will hold the line here in the interim, but we'll join you when it's time to recapture the tower.
How does that sound to you, Commander?
I still have a lot to learn about, well, all of this. But I'll join you in that fight.
Oh, Urchik is honored.
I'll ready the Astral Ward.
I'll let Maban know that we're moving.
Anything come from that distress call, Dagda?
Did you hear about Alm?
No? What happened?
Taken over by one of the beasts. Stuck a knife into his thigh during supper. Got there before he could cut anyone's throat.
Almost did, though. They had him cornered for an hour before we got there.
I took him to the Beacon of Ages. He'll stay behind a locked door until we know if he's going to be a problem.
Probably for the best, so long as he can't hurt himself.
And that's why we need to be careful.
Commander, we could use your expertise on the front line. Lear and I will be waiting for you.
Oh. Okay. I think hold on. Alright. Urchik.
I don't mind my asking, but I've never met a Scrit as,
Brainy as Urchik. Neither has Scrit. When Urchik was smaller, Scrit was caught in an Asuran trap. Bright, sparkling. They did some experiments, and suddenly, Scrit knew a bunch of synonyms for shiny. Urchik couldn't scamper with the others like before, so Scrit looked for a new home. Right here, with Blade.
And yeah, at least they explain why Urchik is so intelligent for a Scrit. Okay, so this is the step where we are supposed to engage with the meta, which I'm just gonna quickly check. Okay, how are we doing with the timer? Whether there is some chance we're gonna do the... Nope, the meta is in 30 minutes, so... So we're not gonna wait for that. We're gonna progress the story as we're supposed to. This would be where you would get the meta. You would need to do the meta in order to progress the story before. Now, from what I understand, it's not necessary. And yeah, last but not least, there's the Droknar's Forge. Fractal. Which, from what you then read about the Fractal, is a sort of a secret weapon or a contingency plan, basically. Like, so the wizards, if they plan for everything, right? And they had a contingency plan for if they lost control of the wizard's tower, how to like unlock it again, how to lower its magical defenses. And they found out that Draknar's Forge, for however disastrous or useless the Fractal is otherwise, I don't quite know the exact story of it, but basically they kept it in this frozen, suspended state in case they ever need the forge, the magical forge. It's a sort of a magical forge for unlocking the.
Someone came. My partner is badly
unlocking the wizard's tower, and that's what exactly what happens here. Then
we could really use your assistance. I need someone to cover me while I tend to her wounds.
Sorry, I always get distracted by these dialogues. It's annoying as all hell, but whenever I get to rant about something. So this is the story of that Fractal. Now there's a couple of other things. Of course, there are the dwarves who have their own sort of agenda. Mostly their Fractal is about the dwarves finding out that the cryptids are real and it's not like in someone's head. So, you know, that's an interesting thing, but what the hell is this dwarf doing here? But yeah, you get to, you know, interact with these a lot, and yeah, that's pretty much the story of this thing. This one is like training the guys and stuff, so it's like a combat training going on in here. Then there's one where you're also like closing the portals or collecting essences or something of that sort. Now, an important thing to note, Draknar's Forge and the surroundings are a Guild Wars 1 location. So this is a reference to Guild Wars 1, a pretty direct one. In Guild Wars 2, this very city... Ooh, look at that. This very city is flooded, and there are only remains of it underwater. It's located in Mount Maelstrom, but here it's functioning, it's cool, and this is where you would interact with Glint. Also Frodak you meet as a ghost in Dredge Hunt, what's it called? In one of the season 4 maps. Thunderhead Peaks, right? You meet him in Thunderhead Peaks. And then there's this thing where you can kneel, actually, for an achievement. This is where we would, in Guild Wars 1, interact with Glint directly. And she would give us a couple of her prophecies. And yeah, that's about the story of this place. So anyway, we are going for the story step, I guess. Yeah. Again, there's apparently an achievement here connected with it. We would have to wait another 20 minutes for it. I'd rather push the story forward and align it at some other point.
My stein is too dry. I can't feel anything at all. The last glimpse was a cryptis. A whole horde of them.
We'll continue to hope for the best until circumstances point otherwise.
Alright, hi.
Heard that you've You've been a great help in sealing the rifts.
I'm starting to understand why you kept this a secret for so long.
And there is more to come.
We were just discussing the path forward, Dagda.
The tower is confused. It doesn't know what's happening.
It's sentient?
The magic that flows within has demonstrated some level of awareness. It reacts to danger.
I always imagined it as an extension of Isgarin himself.
The tower calls to all of us, but it prefers Isgarin's voice in response. In his absence, it doesn't know what to do.
Which is where we come in. Now, there are a few ways we can calm our feisty lump of bricks.
And I assume none of them are easy. So, what's the plan?
Lear and I will push toward the fractal of Draknar's forge.
You can either assist us, or you can help collect essences.
Distilled magic and emotion. It's potent among the fractals.
We're collecting emotion, essentially. We did something like that in Kantha. There was a demon in Cholmu's mine, gang leader. Was that a Cryptus?
Correct. And your demon was likely a wanderer. Demons who do not affiliate with Eparch's little society. Cryptus or not, demons are drawn to emotion, like Risen are drawn to blood.
And this place must be a banquet.
More. But yes. We'll need to calm things down here before we can approach the tower. I trust you'll choose the right direction.
Okay, so this is just an introductory instance, actually. But yeah, they are asking us to do events now. So this is the event portion of a story. So
my prey waiting to be killed.
What? Aether.
Soon, my king.
okay, so she's keeping a low profile, by the way. This is not her endorsing Eparch's efforts, by the way. One thing to note eventually. Okay, so the meta preparations will start in 20 minutes, as I said. We might actually catch a bit of it. Now the event is confusing, but let me greet Rekon first. Hi there, hello. Welcome to the stream. We are running towards the end of it, end of the first part, but I will be streaming more in the afternoon. However, I did want to finish this chapter, so it will be quite a while before we wrap the first half up. But hi, how are you? How are you? So yeah, I guess we're gonna start with a couple of these events to unlock the tower. I would assume any event will actually progress this now, so let's see what we can find here, actually. And yeah, then definitely not the champion, I'm not gonna do that, but oh yeah, this is the insect burning one that I was talking about earlier. This one is kind of fun, so
we could use your help here. We need to set up some equipment in the jungle to track Cryptus activity, but it's overrun. If you could use your sky scale to clear out some of these bugs, it'd definitely make things a lot easier.
Can I? Where is my? Okay, I can see the target now.
The jungle around the grove is so pleasant. This place is disgusting.
And this guy is having none of it. By the way, this guy who's tasked with being in the jungle, he hates it here. It's kind of endearing as well, like hating your task. And yeah, again, as I said, you're just interacting with the new skill, which is basically like turning this into a first-person shooter to an extent.
The jungle around the grove is so pleasant.
And yeah,
That
it
actually
does.
worked. I think this is enough space for the equipment. I'll be happy to pass this off to the researchers and get out.
And yeah, this one also chains, by the way. This one also has a chain progression, because what happens now is that
This jungle just won't let up. All right, we're just going to have to deal with it.
How about you?
okay, Doom Eternal, huh? What happened there? How was it not a game for you? What was exactly the issue? It's good you tried it though, and I don't know, like this, you know, that game ramps up quite quickly actually, and shows off its cards very early. So I guess you would have been able to refund it quite quickly, or make your judgment about it. This is not a group event, is it? Why the hell did it take so long to clear out the possession?
Not enough energy.
So I will have to learn a couple of the details of the of this achievement that's right here. So yeah, these CC bars don't work like regular CCs. What you need to do is actually channel the special action key, and then kill these demons that are trying to reach your possessed target. You will see this mechanic a couple of times, especially in the last map in Omnitas. That's going to be quite a mechanic to remember and to master. It appears sporadically over here in Ratanovus as well, for example. But yeah.
Thanks for your help. I can't imagine trekking through this awful place without it. I wonder if I can get a transfer to somewhere else.
Perhaps you do need the meta event. Like, it would surprise me if you did, but okay, that's an interesting way to describe Doom Eternal, actually. Well, essentially, but you know, like the character of the game is that you should still be able to like defeat every enemy with whatever weapon you have, right? Just by, as you say, perhaps frantically clicking, but yeah, the challenge comes I guess a little later from like the interaction with the other different enemy types, the way the arenas then get populated with progressively more types of demons that each have a unique sort of component to their attacks, and you have to sort of navigate through these hordes and decide which weapon to use against which demon. I think there is complexity. It also depends on what difficulty you were playing at. Because I think like mostly it's it's mostly about a rhythm that you get. I don't know how much if we talked about this. I'm sorry if I don't remember it. quite well, but how much experience you have with first-person shooters. But they don't generally offer a lot of complexity in terms of mechanics. I think the complexity stems from the way you navigate these very straightforward mechanics, and the sort of escalating gameplay loop where they give you more of the same, but just like ramping up. And yeah, I think I do agree that the story is silly though, especially in Eternal. The first game, Doom 2016, made some sense to me, and it felt a bit more grounded, even though they did have also these tendencies to give you some kind of a lore behind what's happening. Just on the surface of it, of being like a sci-fi, straightforward sci-fi story, it did have some like I don't know how to describe it, deeper lore behind it, but I think the lore is silly, definitely. And you know, first Doom didn't have any story, and we were fine with that, and it was mostly contextual. The narrative didn't really matter, and I feel like for the second game, for Eternal, it also shouldn't matter, and they gave a weird focus on it though, however, nonetheless, because they like introduced all these cutscenes and stuff. That's one of the reasons why I genuinely prefer Doom 2016 over Doom Eternal, because they just like went very hard on the story, and I genuinely didn't care. As you mentioned, it's not stellar, it's not good. And that's fine. I think, like, I don't know, for me it clicked, and perhaps I went in with the expectation from 2016, and Doom Eternal was just bigger, better, meaner. Everything about it was just good. I also, you know, again, as I mentioned, it depends wildly on what kind of difficulty you play on. If you play on normal, I do believe this might not be as fun as playing on some of the higher difficulties. Even though I haven't played on Nightmare myself, I think Ultra Violence is like the golden standard for that, and helps you understand a little bit more the fun of the combat in that game, and of the experience. So. Oh, so you didn't play Eternal, you actually played Doom 2016. I see. Well, that one has a very slow ramp up, actually. I would perhaps agree. Although, again, the first time I got into it, it's the first arena with the imps kicked my ass, because I did play on Ultra Violence from the very start, and I played very conservatively, and I didn't quite understand that you are supposed to be on the move all the goddamn time. I don't know how far you've gotten in that game, actually. What was your stopping point? And see, like, this is where we would perfectly diverge, I think, with with your opinion about Detroit Become Human. Because while I would agree that that game, and full disclosure, I've never played it. This might be misplaced slander, but From what I understand, it being a David Cage production, I wouldn't have a lot of hopes for it. And even though I know it's got some very good themes, very strong themes, I've heard people have mixed feelings about that game, particularly for its narrative. Yeah, it's something that I don't know, I would be hesitant about, to say the very least. And of course, the gameplay is a big part of it. And from what I understand, David Cage games have some abysmal gameplay, so it's like playing a Telltale game, but where you're just pretending like it's more of a video game and not less of an interactive story. So I understand the draw though, and I feel like it's got a lot of potential, but yeah, I'm interested to know your opinion about that one as well, I guess. Okay, this is very slow, this progress. I'm getting alarmed here. Maybe the meta will progress it much faster, but right now we're every event pushes it by a very small sliver. And again, I like this incentive. I like the fact that they are forcing you to get out of your comfort zone, and instead of going instance to instance, you do have to engage with the game a little bit more. But I guess at least we'll have a chance to do the achievement. But again, the achievement has a specific set of conditions here, which is I'm not doing this event. This event is terrible.
Hunting a cryptis here, but the local wildlife ambushed us before we could track it down. We could really use your assistance. I need someone to cover me while I tend to her wounds.
So this is what the wiki says about the achievement. Missing facets. So complete the gather essence of awe around Druckner's light event, or the unlocking the Wizard's Tower map meta event. Okay, so that's about the. Okay, all right. Possibly other event counts. While under the effects of achievement eligibility, fractal push, which is given after the first step. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So attacking marked enemies during the step essence gathering counts towards this achievement. However, it is supposedly removed if the optional essences bar becomes full. Okay, all right, I understand. Okay, I get it. So I've been doing it wrong, and the first time I've been doing it wrong as well. It's basically they want you to engage with the meta event. Gathering the step essence gathering count towards this achievement. Attacking marked enemies. Avoid touching essences which occur during several steps of the meta chain. If there is participation without filling the optional bar, the achievement will be rewarded before the step forging the key. Okay, I get it. So basically we have two options of how to finish this story step, or how to progress it. One is through.
We could use your help here. We need to set up some equipment in the jungle to track cryptis
Thank you
activity,
again. Okay, yeah. This event is on all the time. Goddamn.
Some of these bugs, it'd definitely make things a lot easier.
So we don't want to touch these achievements, these events. Basically, we're waiting for the meta, and we're doing the meta and nothing but the meta, basically. From what I understand, right here. we do need to kill marked enemies, which okay. So we do not want to do anything else. This bar, this is the thing we exactly don't want filled. So let's hold off, okay? And also not collect any essences, which is also crucial. Okay, so it's more of a hunger for the same, huh? I don't... I don't know about the story of Near Automata, Near Automata, or whatever it's called. That one is apparently like also sort of a post-apocalyptic cyber vibe. And supposedly that one's story is really, really strong. But on multiple playthroughs, which is perhaps not what you seek right now. But that one is one that I really want to play eventually. Other than that, okay, if that's your priorities, I understand then that Doom may not have been a good choice for you, because the story is very unimportant in Doom 2016, especially. As I said, they put it forward in a bit in Doom Eternal, but
I don't really think I'm going to be able to control the forge well enough.
That's not the reason to play that game. It's all about like difficulty, as I said, and well, perhaps not difficulty itself, but having fun with the game mechanics and nothing but the game mechanics.
Fine. Come to the forge and we'll lay out the plan.
I'll just let them talk and answer your question in a minute. Okay, there might be a lot of talking involved in this meta chain, actually.
You forged 16 swords, and what do you get?
Right now, at the moment, I don't play a lot of other games besides Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 I play in my leisure most. The most. I don't basically play anything else at this point. Doom I play specifically for streams. At the moment, again, I used to play it a lot in my leisure time as well. Apart from that, we play a lot of co-op games with, for example, I play Grounded with my sister. We play that co-op. I don't know if you've heard about Grounded. That's a lot of fun when you have someone to play it with. When you have like at least like a single other person. It's like this story of kids getting shrunken down and to the size of like ants, and you navigate a garden, which is a fantastic premise. If a bit cliched, it works in that game, and it's like a survival type of game. You got like these building mechanics and RPG progression and stuff. So that's fun. We play that sporadically. The other thing I have sort of started before I was... oh yeah, we're supposed to... Ooh, boy. Don't touch the essences. We are supposed to fight demons though. So for example, I don't know, like this thing. Would this count? Damn. What did I collect? There's an invader. Invaders in.
That's it. The forge is really starting to heat up now.
I'm afraid everybody's gathered around this place specifically. I don't want the bellows.
Can't believe I'm saying it, but this
There they are.
actually work.
Marked enemies. but need to avoid touching essences. And yeah, so the thing I was playing before... Whee! We got it. Fractal push, that was easy.
It still isn't enough. I see our mistake now. We captured only one facet, but we need the whole spectrum.
So we'll have to gather essence of every facet that leaked out from the tower.
I'm sorry, Lear, but I don't know if I can do it.
Then we'll do it together. It's gonna be up to you to gather it, Commander. You'll have to scour these islands for essence of each facet. The Ward will assist, of course.
KK,
but
whatever.
we're entrusting this to you.
We'll stay here and try to keep it going as long as we can.
I'm gonna let them deliver this part of the story, but we can actually progress through the events as well. It's fine. And in fact, there's a lot we need to collect actually here.
Things are not well here. There is great anger, but no sense of purpose. That exposes the people to outside influence. You will gather the essence you need, but in return, I ask that you help me to forge their anger into something useful.
Sure. We need to collect a lot of these. In fact, I think we should be collecting them around Ratanovus, though. I'm gonna try to get there if they'll allow me to. But yeah, Grounded. That's what we're playing with my sister, and what I played before. Again, I briefly stopped when the expansion to Guild Wars 2 came. I played Lego Racing, basically 2K. What's it called? 2K. Lego 2K something. It was just like it's a Lego racing game from 2K. It's unfortunately absolutely riddled with microtransactions, and it's disgusting what they did to that game and how it ruins your experience. But you know, the gameplay is solid, and it. Jesus Christ, how long is this? Oh my god, you need to do 5? Hope not more. Jesus. And that's for 3 essences. Okay, but we're better off doing pinatas. So I had a lot of fun with that, and it kind of connects my 2 hobbies, which is video games and Lego. And speaking of Lego games, we play a lot of those with my girlfriend together in co-op. Other than that, though, to be honest, it's mostly like what time allows me to do. If I had all the time in the world and Guild Wars 2 wasn't a be-all and end-all of my existence, I would definitely play a lot of RPGs. I love RPG games, long story, again, story-oriented.
I should be able to handle it from here. Good luck with everything. All right,
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
Just one dance.
There's so many new people. What are they doing?
Did I actually hit the achievement for the feeling is mutual? No, you need to collect 500 essences of these, so quite a lot of meta repetitions, because this is over in a flash.
The worst is yet to come. Forging the key is going to pull a lot from you. There are dangers that come with that.
I've survived worse. It's gotta be done, Maban. So we might as well get to it.
And yeah, the bad reviews for the Lego Racer, they do come from a lot of the people are just angry about the microtransactions, and the reward structure in that game is abysmal. Again, as I say, a lot of the times, especially if you're into building your own cars there, and there are other issues with like the 2K's treating of it. They just introduced like an option to share your car with other players, and yeah, I could use a waypoint, right? We might not have to do the whole meta, but at least we'll see a bit of it. So they just introduced a way to share your cars online with other people. However, for example, you cannot share anything that would be from a protected IP. So like I did a Star Wars speeder, right? And I shared it on the store and they pulled it off. And not only that, you cannot even race with such a vehicle in multiplayer. So if you want to like do a multiplayer race, you can only race with cars that don't mimic other IPs. So like forget, you know, racing in I don't know, Toy Story car. It's not going to be possible for you. So that sucks. And yeah, it's basically mostly for the publisher. The game itself is fun. It's very arcadey, incredibly arcadey, by the way. To an extent, okay. The other point of criticism is the rubber banding enemies. Basically, like when you're racing, it's very obvious that the other racers don't have a set difficulty and adjust their you know, driving to how fast you are going and where you are on the track. So they will like, if you're doing badly, you can never do as badly as to not be able to catch up to your enemies, no matter how far you're into the race, and vice versa. Like you cannot pull ahead so much that you would completely lose track of your opponents. Which is again a shame for any racing game, but yeah, it's, you know, you have to go into it with understanding that it's aimed at a younger audience in heart and still monetized as if it was aimed at millionaires who had nothing to do other to do than to spend money on video games. And yeah, Witcher, I would like to get into. Definitely Witcher 3. I've heard very good things about. And I mean, hey, I wouldn't be playing Guild Wars 2 if I didn't have a deep-rooted love for RPGs, right? It's all just a matter of time, you know, and my investment into these games, because a lot of what I've been doing is catching up with achievements in this very expansion before the next part comes out. Beyond that, boomer shooters, the term boomer shooter, where that's basically Doom and adjacent games. Thank you. Let's not finish the meta event then. I'd rather do the story. Also, I'm getting tired of them talking over me. I hate it so much.
We'll meet you outside the main gate. Be ready for anything.
We can do this together.
They're talking a lot, and they're trying to deliver the story as best as they can through this meta event. I'm gonna wait the 15 seconds to get progress, but again, I'm not gonna finish the meta. And yeah, besides RPGs, I do like city builders and like these sort of casual experiences. So, for example, Minecraft is my jam a lot. I like city skylines. But those are more games like, I know those can be quite time-consuming as well in their own right, and you can actually spend infinite time playing those. So those are I have like a little plan that those are going to be my retirement games, basically, when I'm old and in a retirement house. That's when I'm gonna pick up City Skylines again That's when I'm gonna finish my Minecraft kingdom, basically. And one big genre for me as well that I like very much are platformers. Oddly enough, even though I'm not very good at them, I'm very big into platformers.
I found Leo
So,
and he's in stasis now.
yeah.
The situation is dire. Forging the key made him vulnerable to a deep corruption, and it's wound its tendrils around him. I'll try to untangle it from him, but I can't do it alone. Please, help me save my friend.
Yeah, sure, definitely, Mabon. I will save your friend. Yeah, and you know, just for proper context, with my love towards Doom, it is quite a different experience, and it can be refreshing to play something.
The tower that the wizards keep talking about.
I haven't seen anything like it.
Oh yeah, sorry. I should.
Normal.
What are you talking about?
Normal. That's almost a compliment coming from you.
It's... I can't quite place my finger on it.
So, you do have fingers.
Very funny.
And yeah, so they did a bit of a touch up to the Wizard's Tower. This is not what it looked like when it was hovering above Garenhof, but I guess it can shapeshift and stuff. I don't think they truly well explain why it looks so much different and so much bigger, but whatever. I think there is definitely a magical reason for that. Anyway, as I was saying, like, you know, for me, the FPS genre and the boomer shooters specifically, they're quite the different experience, where it's mainly about the gameplay, and it's a sort of a relaxing experience where you can pick up a boomer shooter and have fun with it for hours without feeling like you need to give it this kind of investment and fear that when you drop it and come back to it in a month, that you're going to be like out of it and lost, and you wouldn't be able to pick it up again, you know, which is a problem with RPGs. Like, they kind of presuppose a time investment, which I cannot give it as a person with like adult responsibilities. So in that FPS genres and platformers as well, they kind of give you a different sense of gameplay experience that you can commit to at any time, you know, very easily pick up and put down again, which is what I appreciate about these genres specifically. But yeah, I like a mixture of both, and when this can get combined in a very crafty way, it's good. It's good. What do you mean by a static system, by the way? What's a static system for buildings? Oh, you mean like that they collapse when you take a twig from from the foundation, right? Anyway, let's progress the story to finally do the 5th chapter.
It's so much larger up close.
It has taken on many facades over time.
It's taken up facades.
Inside,
There you go.
however,
It is
remained the same.
explained.
So, what's the plan?
With those essences in hand, I can shatter the gate's lock. Just takes a good lick of concentrated magic to calm it down.
Whatever we encounter inside, I should be able to disarm it in Iskarin's absence.
You do whatever you need to, Mabon. I'll guard you.
Without further ado,
behind me. All of you.
So there we go.
There's so many of them.
We need to clear out the courtyard immediately.
Maybe we'll think twice next time.
Quiet! This will end quickly.
I'm fast as the wind.
Okay, so you have to fight the weather as well. I don't know if that's like... Okay, but you can, I guess...
Even Sprit is growing tired. They never pause to smell the air.
Okay, that seems pretty complex, actually, and it sounds kind of awesome. To an extent, of course, I don't know. I hope, like, being damaged by weather, that it wouldn't be a constant thing. Like, you can hopefully protect the building from it, like, indefinitely now. Like, it wouldn't happen that
How did they get inside?
you wouldn't have a... Why are we tethered to Lair, by the way? I guess it's a skill
Can you hear
used.
me, old friend? Is that... Who is that?
That is the other layer.
With me, Commander. We need to... Whoa there! Don't take a swing at me, you half-witted headache.
I'm exposed.
Well, perhaps not rain, but whatever other weather conditions, like I don't know, like you know, what I would grow tired of a mechanic that, like, for example, a storm would come regularly or even irregularly, but every time a storm came, you could have a build, or you couldn't have a building that would weather it without any issues. You know what I'm trying to say?
In your head.
Sprit is here to remind players to be...
Sorry, I'm just gonna let them talk again.
Fury rising.
It's funny, they introduced that to Minecraft too as well. You know, lightning rods. That you can now protect your buildings from lightning. But my point was more about, like, you know, say these storms come with strong gusts of winds. I would hate a mechanic that would damage the building every time, no matter what you do with the building. You know, that would be tiresome, I think. Like, you'd have to repair the building every time a storm came around. That's a mechanic I wouldn't, like, enjoy very much, but other than that, it sounds very engaging, actually.
Quickly! Destroy the demonic parasite before it returns and heals it! We are calm. How many astral planes did you count? 48. What? That's 2 more than...
We've no time for banter, Lear. The fight is hardly done. If I can channel the tower, we can quell each storm.
You still able to fight? I should be. Good. Because you spent enough time taking swings at us instead of the Cryptis, you lout.
Focus.
Keep them away from me, or I'll lose my grasp.
Time to fight.
There's probably going to be a lot of story delivered here, so I might be a little more quiet here. Yeah, I was just like, you know, that was like an example for illustration. It's whatever weather condition, if it like damaged your building indefinitely, and there was nothing you could do about protecting it forever from a certain condition, whatever that condition may be, that would not be a fun mechanic for me. Other than that, it sounds fun. It sounds like a lot of like it does make sense. No floating bricks like in Minecraft. Although I guess in Minecraft there might be mods that do give you that as well. Don't know if billowing smoke inside. Indoors, I mean. So I don't quite remember why is it that we're then gonna split here, but we are basically gonna go in 2 parties inside the tower.
Laban, are you okay?
I just need to rest my spirit.
Let me take a look at you.
Oh, thank the stars. You live.
I'm okay, Dagda. I'm fine. So am I. Nobody asked you.
I need a leash for you both. I'm sure there were more intuitive ways to handle that situation. Shh. It's ready for us.
Finally. Let's head inside.
And there you go. Well, I guess you finished the 5th story step here and you move on to the 6th. So this one is... How many story steps are there in total? Let me just quickly check on that. Tower of Secrets. Because the next instance is actually quite time consuming and demanding. But I do want to have a break in roughly the half, so... Treachery is for now the so yeah, it would continue in the Tower of Secrets. I don't know, we might push for the next instance. Okay, we're gonna do the next instance, even though it's a little much, but let's continue with the 6th one, and then we're gonna take a break. I mean, a larger break. In streaming, we're gonna turn the stream off. And
are clear before we unlock the whole of Confluence. Zoja, Urchik, and Gladium with me. We'll head east.
We'll head to the west. Frode, you know. Dagda.
Go with the group that needs you the most, Commander.
And yeah, this is a no-brainer because we do need an achievement for escorting Lear. Basically, we've already gone with Zoja on our first playthrough, so we're gonna actually escort Lear this time, and see what they're up to. The other group is more fun to me by any metric, but. We are going to join Lear. How about it, Commander? With us? I'll join you, Lear.
Lear, is your body ready for another fight so soon after rejoining?
Just today.
Can't rest knowing our home is overrun by cryptids, can I? I'll be fine, Dagda. Haven't felt this good ahead of a fight in a long time.
I'll quiet my worry.
And yeah, there's a couple more achievements that we definitely need to get in this instance as well. Again, not to the extent where we would redo the instance just for that. But Yeah, I mean break just today because I did plan on streaming for the entirety of the day. We'll see how long that will actually be fun for me, but I did want to finish the story and have it captured on a stream. Before the release of the next episode or the next part, which as I would like to remind everybody who plays Guild Wars 2 is this Tuesday. This Tuesday we are going to get the next part of this expansion, a new map and a couple of other amenities. Unfortunately not the armor, unfortunately not the legendary relic, not even the weapons, I believe, but well, it's free with your purchase of Secrets of the Obscure. So if you've got that expansion, yes, it is a free episode, and will forever be free for you if you own Secrets of the Obscure. You don't even have to log in when they release it like they used to do it. That's their new model. Basically, like you buy the expansion and you get 3 more updates for free with it. So, and you still haven't had a chance to play it. I'm sorry if I'm spoiling the story for you. Then
They could have wrecked any other room.
I'll organize a search party to recover any stolen artifacts after the siege.
If they ate my Lotus from Dashka,
We can get you another Lotus.
do you know how long it took me to get into that crypt?
All for a father.
so for what the hell? Ooh, did we see something we shouldn't have? Anyway, so there's this fighting part. There's a lot of optional text to read, but they will give you a time at the end of the instance to go back through it, through all of it. Basically, explore the whole tower. Now, the first time I explored this instance, it kind of confused me because there was a lot of optional stuff that you could do that didn't award any achievements, but it appears that it should award achievement. I don't know why it didn't. So but there you go. Yeah, 2 hours is not a long time for how much they actually crammed into it as well. Like, I have a pretty good sense of what the launch day Secrets of the Obscure now contains. You are right, it's quite taxing, and especially, as you say, with other responsibilities. Especially if you, apart from your job, you still have some school. So I understand that fully. It's not like I would like to shame you. Again,
very.
We've little time to celebrate. Let's join the others.
It's been just that I've really given this its dedication. Yeah, exactly right. Because as you mentioned, you at least had the time to explore other games. I genuinely did not, because all I did was Guild Wars 2. Basically. The slightly depressing thing is that this is going to be the my life going forward for the foreseeable future.
As is the West.
Together, we recite the unlit moon.
Without Isgarin?
Zosha.
Me? I couldn't.
You must. Come. won't let the flow overwhelm you.
I'm sure whatever terrors that still linger in these halls will come crawling the moment we begin. Stand ready, all of you.
We sit underneath an unlit moon.
Water pools beneath our feet.
Okay.
No questions, no
what?
mistakes. Just flawless execution of Cryptus.
How would the friends help actually? Like, wouldn't they have also a likelihood of spending all their time playing the game and kind of missing you when you weren't around? Also, I don't want to slander this game too much, but the group content is kind of divorced from everything else. They
With Isgarin's strength, we see you.
the group content is it feels like separate from whatever else they are doing with the story and with their releases.
Of nature.
Cry for me and the world I left behind.
Okay, it feels like there should have been more Cryptis.
From the golden lake of Janthier.
To the 1,000 bowls of tears in the Hall of Burned Men.
And Zoja doesn't recite anything, by the way. He's just fucking suffering here.
Zoja, are you okay?
She's
You did
quite
so
apparently
well,
not. Little one. So cute.
I saw. What was that?
It could have been 1,000 things. We tapped into Tyria itself. That burn was the world looking back.
That's a lot to process.
Here, let us enter the Hall of Confluence. There's much to... I don't know how much longer I can resist them. The whispers are... eager. My dear friends, don't fret.
How could they not fret?
We have survived the Elder Dragons, rogue gods. This world doesn't comprehend how resilient it is. The Cryptis won't be our end. They are vulnerable, ignorant. I only ask one thing of you. When the hour arrives, do not hesitate.
That was a bit cryptic. Even for you.
I suppose some Mersat habits lasted beyond my ascension. I can hear Isgarin. He's out there, somewhere, struggling. I need to go to him. We will meet soon.
Be safe, my friend.
We need to repair the astral translocator. We can't power our portal infrastructure without it. Our true home rests in the clouds above. Once our portals can access the flow again, we'll take you to the bastions.
And
There
the
are 6
Tamnitas.
bastion keys. The Astral Ward was able to hide some of them from the Cryptis, but they're not all accounted for. I need eyes everywhere until we've located them all. Check in with the others. The Hall of Confluence is a mess. We should tend to whatever needs doing before we depart.
Okay, so we do need to look for these keys. However, there are these optional tasks. Again, the first time I was playing this, there was no achievement progress tracking these. But apparently, there is supposed to be an achievement for these. I don't know how to unlock it, though.
There's something about being in this place that makes me uneasy.
The Cryptis have that effect, it seems.
Why didn't Isgarin help protect us from the dragons? He was watching this whole time.
When was the last time you helped save a local farm from a group of bandits? Would you save them if, say, the champion of a dragon slept nearby? Would you go kill that instead? Isgarin is a complicated fellow. And that's not to excuse his poor choices. He's far from perfect. When he has a goal, he stays focused. And he's had the same one for a while.
Keeping Epoch away?
Aye. Something happened between the two of them back in the era of magic, before the gods came. He's been so focused on keeping the Cryptis out that he often neglected those inside. We're atoning for that mistake now. We've got Epoch's lapdogs on Tyrion's stoop.
I'd save the farm.
And Isgarin would mourn the loss. You're similar in some ways, but very different in others.
And this is an interesting perspective, and one where the commander shows agency beyond, just being our vehicle for delivering gameplay. Otherwise, I do understand you, Recon. I get what you mean to an extent, at least with me. And me playing with Grounded with my sister and other co-op games when we played online, I wouldn't play them without her. Even though sometimes I did have like a feeling for like, okay, but what if I like I don't know, we have this like tedious tasks ahead of us, and it's not very good for. When we play, because she's bored by the task, I'm not. So what if I, snuck into the game and did that in our off hours? And I feel like with the football or soccer analogy, it might be similar. Like, of course, you wouldn't go and play by yourself on the field, but perhaps the fact that you play football so often does make you seek out more of the opportunities to kick a ball around beyond just with your friends. So if somebody else, for example, approached you, that if you want to kick out a ball, or perhaps you want to train a certain technique. So I don't know, it might be a slippery slope, but I understand the regularity. Again, having someone to do a hobby with makes it a bit more structured and not have you treat it like a solo project that you can get easily consumed by. You seek the company more than you seek the activity. I get that. We're cut off from our home until we can reconnect the tower to our portal network. How go your efforts to repair the astral translocator? I could use help finding the keys. Do you have anything that could help? No, she just gives you hints. We don't have to actually engage with this. What we would like to engage with is Zoja.
The crypt has completely destroyed my workstation. Oh, what a mess. If you see any books or pages while you're looking around, can you bring them back to me? Navigational charts mostly, but also some personal stuff. So no reading, okay?
We're not supposed to read. Of course we're gonna read. However, I am not going to read it aloud. There is a lot of text here. Mostly it deals with the background of... So I'm just gonna... hold on. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna open every text we can find and let it on screen for some time. So once you're watching it from a VOD on YouTube, you can pause it and read it for yourself if you feel so inclined to. But a lot of this deals with the history of the Wizard's Court, and for some of them with Waiting Sorrow, the previous wizard. And this is the first time I think, well, we've already heard about Waiting Sorrow. She's the one who had the what's it called? Heart of the Obscure, She's had that in her office. So there's that. Also, I don't see the achievement progress. By the way, I do want to let me just navigate back into Tower of Secrets on Wiki. Optional tasks, blah blah blah. Is there some mention of being able to only get that achievement when you're replaying it or something? Because I don't have the tracking icon. Ooh, buddy, there is a lot of texts we need to find. We might not. This might be the reason why we don't have it, even though we did all the optional tasks before. But whatever. We'll see. Did I flip to the next page? No, I didn't. But there's nothing. That's fine then. Yeah, you cannot teach a non-gamer to play video games.
Still got cryptids crawling out of every
unfortunately.
They're drawn to whatever
As
pot
much
of
as
magic
one
they can
person
find.
would like to. Perhaps with the right game. I don't want to.
I've asked the wizards time and time again to keep our more powerful objects in a safer location. If you see any more, get rid of them.
Okay, so that's one of our optional tasks. Then we do one for our chick.
Do you need any help, Urchik?
Oh, oh my. If the commander is offering, huh? Urchik needs to collect all of the misplaced artifacts. Could you come with Scrit to find them?
Anything you need.
And that's the next optional one. We don't get tracking for any of these, for what it's worth, but there you go. By the way, you do need to carry every single item, every single key by yourself. You cannot have it even in your inventory or something like that. So anyway, it's just a lot of fighting, just a lot of interacting, blah blah blah. It's it's kind of fun. But yeah, there is some Discord, and apparently Waiting Sorrow or whatever her name is, and I do believe it is a she. She left for some, being unhappy with the way things are going here, but mostly it feels personal. Like she could no longer deal with it. Might be a combination for what it's worth, but yeah. There are a couple of interesting mini games, and yeah, a lot of the times this deals with their feeling about Sorrow's departure. Now you do need to mimic. So if you want to touch the key, it tells you the orb looks like the constellation of the globe. The mysterious energy crackles over a symbol affixed to the tower. A constellation of glowing orbs hovers within the energy. Now you do need to basically mimic this one, this constellation on this wall. Which you can do just by shifting these very easily. So unluckily there's no puzzle involved, because you basically touch every single node once and get it done. So it kind of sucks. I thought that's more fun than it was in the end. We've already read this, and by read I mean looked at it briefly. So we have to keep our eyes peeled for these texts. But then she might actually enjoy Detroit Become Human. I know that one cannot be played in co-op, but I don't know. There might be some enjoyment from experiencing it together. Have you considered that, playing a video game like that, and having like a consensus where you have to argue over which choice to make when playing? I think that could be an interesting so that would be Obscure? No. Celestial, I guess? Yeah, that would be Celestial. It might be an interesting experience, not necessarily fun, but don't say automatically fun, but you know, a different way to approach a video game. And okay, so what's next? I guess there's nothing in this room. I would hazard that there will be nothing in this this thing. So this is basically your last time you can actually explore a lot of this place, because this is like an instance that opens at the end of the meta. And you get more from Zoja. Very personal. These are some of the scenarios and the ones that they get tested by the group. These artifacts are cool. These don't have to be carried anywhere. I'm gonna miss a document. I'm gonna be pissed at myself so much. Either way, quite a bit of post exploration, basically. Again, we're doing a lot of optional stuff. There you go. Read it if you want. A lot of these texts, for what it's worth, a lot of these texts do appear in the open world at some point. So that's another way to read them. You don't have to do it in this instance, because this instance can get quite long when you interact with everything. But there you go. That was just me hitting F on everything I could. To make sure we don't genuinely miss anything. But see how long these texts can get. Is it nearby? Cool ceiling, never really noticed. I'm sorry. Sorry. So we've been here, right? Yeah. We've read this. There's probably not a lot more that we can interact with. And again, I swear I would have done. I have done a lot of this on our first try. Unfortunately, for some reason, didn't count towards my achievement progress, so here we are again. Another navigational chart, which is good. Well, maybe I don't remember whether I collected all the pages for Zoja, but it feels like I would have done that, because there is a there is a tracker for it.
Fury rising.
So another thing for Urchik. And the water bucket, which you can get here, which is necessary for the fire. Where? Okay, but like where'd the bucket go? I did have a bucket in my fucking hands, and now I don't. What happened here? Or do I still? Oh, I still have it. It just doesn't appear until you approach the fire. I do remember this little detail. Don't know why I casted delete. Or does it? Where's the bucket? So yeah, you mean dungeon crawlers? No, I don't think I've ever played a dungeon crawler, but it feels like the type of twitchy gameplay that just doesn't do anything for me. Oh, luckily it respawned. It's back. Thank fuck. I don't think I'd ever be into it. I mean, if the story was sufficiently strong, I can imagine myself enjoying it. But from what I understand, that type of game is probably not my cup of tea, for real. And I had a similar experience, for what it's worth, with an RPG as well. And by the way, well, this is a can of worms I don't want to open right now, so let's find a different route, I guess. Back. We do want to return the keys. As I said, you do have to manually carry them. So... but you can use the mounts, as is customary with carried items lately. What was it I was talking about? Dungeon crawlers, and how I don't particularly enjoy that genre. I just wanted to mention real quick. The fact is, I didn't even finish or play very far into like an RPG, because it had terrible mechanics for me. And even though the story is supposedly quite strong, and that was with Baldur's Gate 1. I never got around to pushing myself through it. I did find the gameplay experience like completely alien to me, because I never played D&D, and I don't have any kind of relationship to that kind of experience. I did feel like, even though supposedly the game's very good, and it has got the DNA of a perfect RPG, it's I just couldn't force myself to go through with the mechanics and stuff. So that was a rude wake-up call for me, that perhaps not every game I can finish, even if I find them a bit boring. Enticing in other ways than that they are boring. So there's the Bastion of the Balance Key, which you can just fucking pick up and carry, which is kind of handy. This thing, I don't know where it leads, but oh, this one is a good shortcut. And I believe that's okay. So that's Bastion of the Balance. And in terms of okay, so Hades is my sister's favorite game. Perhaps the favorite game. I think she doesn't like any other game more than Hades at this point, which is quite wild considering how she used to love Mass Effect and stuff. But that feels like a game I could get behind, even though mechanically it doesn't. It's not quite my genre. I mean, that is a roguelike, roguelite, whatever you want to call it. Those I think are interesting in essence and in the way that gameplay can feed the storytelling and the way you can do like an interesting narrative just through the use of mechanics alone. And I've heard a lot of good things about games like The Darkest Dungeon, where this is exactly and perfectly encapsulated. And yeah, with Hades, it's a little different because it is a roguelike or a roguelite in essence, but in practice, it's made by a studio that I do adore, and I played Transistor, and that one was a lot of fun, even if it was kind of similar to like a hacky slash dungeon crawler. But yeah, I have a lot of respect for that studio in particular. So there you go. I think I would enjoy Hades quite a bit. I'm just gonna talk to Livia right here.
Oh, you. They'll let just about anyone in here, won't they?
You're in the Astral Ward. What happened to the Shining Blade?
I'm an honorary member. Didn't quite take to Wayfinder myself when Iskarin bestowed it on me. I am always a blade. We worked together over the years, Maban and I. He loves Divinity's Reach, especially fond of the food. Before you ask, I have eyes. I know that Maban is a Mersat. It was not an easy bond to make. We can chat more of that later.
I think Divinity's Reach is a little stuffy for my taste, but fair. It's nice to see another friendly face up here.
I wish I wasn't. I don't like being off the ground too long, but things are especially sinister. The Bastions, as you'll soon learn, are struggling to keep the Cryptis at bay. Something is stirring in the clouds. I can feel it, gently brushing my skin. Dagda and Lear will be aiding us on the front. I wouldn't mind seeing your face in that crowd either.
I think Olivia's got new drip, doesn't she? Does she have the same dialogue? No. Not bad scenery up here. You'll get used to the draft, though I should have packed an extra shawl. So, what happened in Ore? If you're asking whether or not I knew about Maban, I did. But his existence did not change my path against Lazarus. In many ways, he was the last of those monsters. Maban was not one of them. How long have you known Maban, then? A while. Isgarin helped me retrieve the scepter from a group of bandits 100 years back. Neither of us wanted it in the wrong hands. They hid Maban's identity until they could trust me. So you knew even at the reliquary? Yes, I did. I think back to that first interaction often, and I'm grateful he forgave me for things that were said, knives that were thrown. We both had to adjust to the situation. Didn't go too well? No, but I eventually listened. He is not like the others. He was just as afraid when Lazarus turned up alive. They knew of each other back when the little war between the Seers and Mersat started. They knew each other. Not my story to tell, but yes, the tale even predates myself by a few 1,000 years. Maban learned from his mistakes, but there's a lot about Tyria we don't know. I wish we knew more of the Mersat. That's ominous, even for you. I don't think we have anything to worry about. Find solace in that. Lazarus is dead. The white mantle are few and far between. If any more live, well, they've no interest in Tyrian games. I have a lot to think about. And yeah, so I mentioned another faction or another sort of section of this whole Wizard's Court arrangement, and that's the Wayfinders. Now, Wayfinders seem to be just like honorary members of the Astral Ward, or the you know, organization at large. So Livia is one of them, and we are, if not already, then about to become the second. So there's that. I don't think it gives us any formal role in the organization, but that's what our title is going to be, and how we are going to be referred to as from time to time. They have all these scenarios. For what it's worth, one of them is going to happen eventually. So there you go. We got some mysterious energy. There's a riddle apparently. The text on the symbol reads: "When you have me, you want to share me. But when you share me, you no longer have me. What am I? A secret?" That's a secret. I like this one. Which one was it? Of knowledge, I guess? Nope. That's the obscure? Okay, it's the obscure. Hold on just one sec. And I'm back. Sorry for the disruption. Where were we? Oh yeah. We're exploring the tower. Again, quite a bit of post-game exploration. And that's us even not even engaging with the half of it. If we were to read every text aloud and stuff, it would be... So we've read Cardinal Blue. We've already interacted with that. We shouldn't need that for achievement. Neither this room. Let's see what else. It's the same room. And it is kind of hard to navigate and a little bit of a maze here. So another journal again from Zoja, apparently. We were apparently not supposed to read it, but we did. I'm so sorry. When you play it for the first time, you're tempted to read everything as you go through. Mr. Sparkles has been brought here by Mabon, Zoja's loyal golem. Mr. Sparkles is dormant and covered in a thick layer of dust. Although it looks to have been repaired since Maguma, it's completely powered down and inactive. I guess she hasn't had the need or the heart to turn it back on. And yeah, too much of the past, I guess. Also, she describes all the events that she missed, not necessarily because she would be here, but because she just didn't want to engage with the world, which is an interesting twist to, you know, her character. Is that she just kind of gets sick of it all and doesn't want to engage, which explains a lot of her absence. And she just like disengaged so thoroughly that yeah, she's gone. But whatever, I guess. There's a lot to talk about with that. I don't think that it's necessary for me to go through it, but yeah, feel free to pause if you want. There's a lot of Z fighting, by the way. A lot of these textures are just popping in and out of existence.
This will end quickly.
At certain points. So another bit of text. Read it at your leisure. I'm gonna read the scroll for what it's worth as well. It is another scenario. I guess we could read one just to illustrate what the hell it is. There are some of these statues, and again, a Marsat armor as well. We're just gonna quickly interact with. Examining the inscriptions, more blah blah blah. Touch the glowing words, and we're supposed to do like, ugh. This is very similar to the hero challenge that we've. We're doing in Heart of Thorns. I don't know, 25%, how much of that is really... so we're starting at 1200, so 25% would be 3000 of our health pool. So as soon as we hit, I guess, 9000, we should use this skill. But this one is a little more generous than... so it's around 1300 actually. Then the challenge in the Heart of Maguma, especially like you can use this infinitely. What the fuck? Makes no sense, but thank you. No challenge to it. It would make sense to me if it was like an ammo mechanic. Wouldn't it be cool if it wasn't an ammo mechanic? Wouldn't it make more sense? Like you only get a limited amount of this. You cannot spam it. Lest you are not able to finish it. I don't know. rather inconsequential. But yeah, that's the opposition of letting players fail anything in this story, in these story instances. Anyway, there's only one more magic ward or whatever we're collecting that we need to recollect. So let's see about these optional objectives. There's quite a bit of it. Well, yeah, mostly texts. And again, not really mazy as more like some areas that are hard to access. That are hard to get to from anywhere in this tower. You can't just walk everywhere. These crypts are very. So let's go. Let's read this one, okay? Scenario: missile-based attack on Amnitas. Cold frame, defensive structural redistribution of spire platforms in response to concentrated magic energy, explosives, or other unknown aerial weapon bombardments. Primary risk factors: fine control of structures requires A, staggering magical resources, or B, total structural retrofit of prototype technology still in R&D phase. Comment: what does this gain us that a magic-based barrier wouldn't? Maban. So they have some scenarios to protect themselves from a Cryptis event, from a Cryptis attack, and there's a scenario that they actually genuinely utilize during the meta. They have a name for it. So I think you can read it. For what it's worth, they all have these like notes with like skepticism about their efficacy. But yeah. There's a journal. Again, Zojas. Hope you had time enough to pause there if you are indeed watching from a VOD. This thing is the thing that gets us the relic. I'm just gonna leave it here for now. I just want to focus on the optional objectives, including the texts first. See if we can hit the achievement finally. Because there's like a slot that requires us to put in the book.
I am that.
And there you go, we got the achievement tower snoop. Again, I must have done that. Oh, you can track this actually. My bad. Alright. And again, I don't know why I didn't get it the first time I was here. I definitely interacted with every fucking thing. Or perhaps not. It may have happened that I interacted with some... Well, but then it would count when I was escorting them now. Unless this was locked. I don't know. Not to worry about that now. So we are still missing this Cryptis event, and there you go, Astral Gopher.
Good work, Wayfinder.
So this is for completion of all the optional tasks for your allies. So that was easier than I thought. I thought we will be here for quite a while. And yeah, not that hard to navigate after all. This is pretty, you know, open space. Let's return this book then. into its spot and get the last relic or whatever it is again, and finish this instance. And with that, our first today's stream. There will be a part 2, which I'm gonna do today, where we will hopefully finish the story of Secrets of the Obscure and prime you.
If you could see this place.
Aurine. Is that the prismatic dragon? Or whatever you people call her?
How did you... Yes, she is. One of my dearest companions.
She is not.
Why do you engage?
There. And yet you mourn.
She's sleeping. And we're not sure when she's going to wake up. It could be 1,000 years.
That makes you sad. Not knowing.
Sad in that I don't know when our next meeting will be. But I don't think that was it. I'll see her again. I know it.
There you go. Astral
Good work,
Translocator.
Commander. I appreciate your efficiency.
See?
With the Astral Translocator back up and running, we're ready to move.
I don't know what awaits us among the bastions, but we must move forward, Maban or no.
With a Wayfinder on our side, it'll be a fun fight.
Who's the Wayfinder?
You.
You have proven loyal enough for now.
I'm honored. You barely know me.
And you've still time to disappoint us.
Dagda.
Let us finish our preparations. We will retake the bastions and push for the spire.
And there you go. So we're slightly beyond the halfway point. We are going to take a bigger break. I'm going to stop the stream and we're going to come back to it, I don't know, in 30 minutes, 20, whatever, however long I feel like taking a break. In the meantime, I just want you to, or I don't know, I wanted to say something, but it slipped my mind. Yeah, see you too. Thanks for stopping by and for chatting, taking my mind off this thing, because I don't know if I'd be able to talk through it just based on Guild Wars 2 alone. So thanks again, and for the rest of you also, thank you for the first half of the stream. The second one will come shortly, and we're gonna treat it as a separate stream, and hopefully finish the story. Now there's quite a lot to go through, even with like presenting I don't know, the tower itself, so on and so forth. So take care for now, and I'll see you on the other side of this thing. I guess I'll leave the instance and see if they give us any dialogue and or mails and stuff, which they might, and then we're gonna end it. Yep, exactly as I thought. We are getting the mail. Archivist Eker. Interested in relics? Wayfinder, I've been wanting to speak with you regarding these relics you helped your chick recover in the Wizard's Tower. Come find me on the lower level of the Wizard's Tower by the central staircase if you want to learn more about them and how they might be able to help you grow in power. Archivist Eker. And apparently it's a prerequisite for going forward. So There you go, but we're in the tower proper. Again, the lower part is only accessible through the story and the meta, I guess. The upper part is basically a town. There's one more thing. Well, not now, I guess. Anyway, there's no other thing. That's it. That's it for now. I'll see you in a minute. Take care.